You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution. You're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud. and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets.
partners and working with people is really amazing. Microsoft has been in the region and here in the country for more than 20 years. We have, I think, hundreds of certified partners and thousands of certified developers. We are supporting the community, so I guess I'll wait it.
Okay. It's okay.
Always touching somewhere. Anyway, we do support the community through the MVP program. We do work with students. So I really hope that this, I would say, partnership will flourish and we'll be able to do more events. Looking forward to see you in my session regarding DevOps workflows for IoT. Thank you. Have a great event.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And probably you know that around Microsoft certifications, Microsoft offer such kind of certification for Azure IoT
Certified developer.
This is something which is related especially for Azure IoT. You can
Receive more information if you want additionally, because it is one of good certifications. I also do sessions related to such kind of certification, and you can learn a lot of interesting things. If you are interested, we will talk about this after the session, during the breaks, outside, and after the event. I would like to say additionally, big thank you to Coca-Cola Company. I'm not sure if you know that Coca-Cola has 2 IT hubs here in Bulgaria. One, which is directly related to the headquarters in Atlanta, US, and another one which is related to Coca-Cola Hellenic, which is regional organization. And because we often have events with beer, do you know what is the relation between companies for beverages and companies for beer? Except that they have in different way awesome drinks, but solutions which are used to control, manage, monitor such kind of production are very similar. And most of these solutions have IoT and of course AI components. So it is not just casual that companies like Coca-Cola support such kind of events. Big manufacturing solutions are related to very sophisticated systems which are directly connected to IoT concept and AI concept. So when you drink beer or Coke, you can remember that IoT is something which helps to have better quality drinks in one or another aspect. It is the same with craft beers. We can discuss later also about this concept. So thanks for Coca-Cola. You have some swag from outside. You have headphones, you have cups. All this swag is for you. Bring whatever you want. It is from Coca-Cola, and Coca-Cola will continue to support our events. We are very happy that they are also part of our community. And I would like to say a few words about other partners. Stripes. Stripe is a company focused on also on IoT in very big part of their activities. I spent in the past years with this company and learned IoT 7-8 years ago, exactly based on their expertise. So yeah, this is one of the companies with best IoT expertise here in the region. And of course, I would like to mention EPAM. EPAM is one of the big software companies in the whole region with nearly 60,000 employees. They have around 450 people also in Bulgaria doing consulting for different type of industry, but again, IoT related to manufacturing, related to automotive, to healthcare are areas where EPAM developed systems for some of the biggest companies. So all these partners are focused to IoT and AI, and they are not just casual here. These companies have deep expertise, and I'm really happy that exactly such kind of companies support our events. We will start technical sessions after 10 minutes. There is coffee outside, water. You can talk with your friends from the community, with speakers, with partners. I really appreciate that you come today, Saturday morning here. So thanks again and enjoy the conference.
Quick question. Which room is track one and
Here is track one. Here is track one. Track two is the room next to this one. Track one is also streamed on the monitors outside in the expo area.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment. A way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
they were considering
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
building up the community.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and fine-tuned knowing intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity and digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights leader of the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
Da, da.
Sorry for the delay, everybody. It's technical issues. First time me streaming from this platform, so I had to figure out a couple of things. So I guess we are ready to start, more or less. So while people are still coming, let me just quickly share a couple of things about me. Official part's over, so jacket's over. I can wear a t-shirt and be a normal speaker as usually, which is, I would say, the role that I feel most comfortable. Just to give you a little bit of a background, my name is Alex. I'm an open source lead in CEE. I've joined Microsoft like 7 years ago. I started as a developer evangelist. That was a thing there. Now it's like cloud advocate, whatever. But mainly I was hired to speak for the open source platforms on top of Azure, which I think was very exciting at this point because I didn't believe that Microsoft will go in this direction. Now, over the years, I kind of switched a couple of roles. I've been and predominantly as a cloud solution architect, I was working around DevOps and how we integrate DevOps in the entire end-to-end deployment using Azure Cloud and trying to kind of link up all our products to the infrastructure and the services that we do have. I do post regularly. I do have a couple of Microsoft certificates. I hold the certificate for cloud advocate as well as DevOps expert. So kind of all those bells and whistles, they're there. And the other thing, if you want to reach out to me, I would prefer Twitter. Hit me with a direct message, and those probably I should be able to respond to whatever question you might have. Now, going back to the presentation, as I said, my background predominantly is coming from cloud architecture, DevOps. IoT was always kind of a side thing for me where I have a lot of interest, but I wouldn't say that I've been a professional or an accomplished professional in the IoT space because predominantly I've been paid to do DevOps work. And over the years, DevOps started as a great movement from the perspective of application development. And a lot of people actually liked some of the benefits that it brings. So why we are doing this, obviously deployment frequency, faster lead time, faster time to recover, and lower failure rate in any changes. So this practice kind of started to spread in different areas. So we do have the data ops, we do have the ML ops, we have the, of course, DevOps for mobile. And most recently, I've been working on a DevOps flow for Power Platform. And I have to tell you, it's a very, very tricky thing to put something in it which is not code and is generated by, a system and deal with conflict resolutions and all that stuff. And one of the things that I've learned about is that you can follow the general principles of DevOps pretty much in every area, but every area has specifics. One of the things that I've discovered was working on a DataOps project with Databricks. We had pretty much all the infrastructure. I could automate most of the things, but I had to learn a lot of new things about how Jupyter notebooks run, how I can commit the source code, how to deal with the conflict resolution, and the actual deployment, creating new development environments or QA environments was a completely different challenge. So when I was doing all that work, I kind of anticipated that one day somebody will kind of come by and say, hey, you're doing this, but we want you to do this for DevOps. Sorry, we want you to do this for IoT. And IoT is honestly an area where I didn't think that DevOps, or I didn't understand how DevOps could apply. So in this presentation, I would kind of present you my discoveries, my thoughts in this area, the experimentations that I've done, and the workflows that I think would work, as well as some of the challenges that I see there. Now, going back to the DevOps, basically we are looking at these continuous circuits, which is deploy, operate, monitor, learn, and then you have usually planning, tracking, back to development, and kind of go through this cycle. As I said, number of benefits that we have, but honestly, what we are trying to do is actually balance between two things. One is speed. So with any DevOps workflow, what we try to do is really to speed up our development, and on the other hand, balance with the quality. As we are making all those deployments and we are making all those fast deployments, we don't want to compromise the quality or the quality to suffer. There are a couple of interesting metrics. So lead time, that's our base metric. This means that when we receive a request for a new feature, or we have an idea for a new feature, how fast from the idea we are ready to deploy something. So that's the lead time. We are trying to make this as small as possible. Obviously, there are a lot of conversations that are going on, but when it comes down to building code, testing code, deploying it to a test environment, testing the environment, and the actual deployment and rollback on a production environment, most of those things we can actually automate, and that's where we can kind of save a lot of time. Deployment frequency is very tightly related to this metric. So if we have the correct flow, we can deploy more often, meaning that we can bring a lot more features faster to whether it's customers or end consumers that we want to have. So we want to have this automated as much as possible. Mean time to restore, I really like this metric. So things go wrong very often, honestly. So what we have here is like how fast can we recover from any failure that we have. If we have everything automated, basically you are proof that if something happens, you kickstart the automated flow, it will create the infrastructure, it will take the last build, it will deploy it, and everything should work okay. Change failure rate, basically percentage of change in the production. So how often we allow some bugs or errors to enter in production. So obviously, if we have a good QA and automated test flow, we should reduce this failure rate. Now, that's about DevOps. So that's why we do DevOps. That's why everybody is looking at those practices and trying to implement them in their space. And I was kind of going through this, and the first time that I heard it, like, can you create a workflow for IoT? I was not even sure that it's really a thing. I was like, is anybody doing this? Like, are people interested in this? Is this even possible to be done? So if you're like me, I do spend some time reading academic papers. So I do this for, chill out, which is, I think, a little bit crazy from time to time. I kind of went into some of the databases and searched for actually two keywords, DevOps and IoT. And it's more than 7,000 articles came up. Some of them are dating 2016, which is interesting because that's where we started the IoT Summit. And most of them are actually more recent, so 2020, 2021. So obviously there's quite an interest in this area, and this is becoming a thing. So the next question that I tried to answer myself was like, what are the differences? What does really that mean? What's the value that IoT can, that DevOps can bring to the IoT? And I started searching what are other people that are professionals in this area thinking about it. So that's one of the quotes that I found. Like, essentially, what these guys are saying, we see a lot of values in streamlining the security and the testing process, which is a very interesting topic, how we'll do it for IoT. And then we want to understand how to make deployments faster, because the environment and the context that we are operating is so very different. Okay, so obviously there are like two major practices which usually we use in DevOps: continuous integration and continuous delivery. If you look at this slide, it's basically a summary of all the different practices that we usually kind of use in this area. So when we are talking about continuous integration, testing is definitely there. So this kind of hits the spot for DevOps. But there are a couple of other benefits. So everything goes into version control. I think that that's very useful. Now, depending on the code and on the devices that you're working, most probably you'll be working in parallel. So having a source control repo is great. Having some sort of a policy, how you do releases, this is all good. Security was also mentioned there. So any code that you develop usually can go through any static code scanning, credential scanning. So I don't think that IoT is any different from this point. So anything that you can commit, you should double check for these things. I would say the tricky part for me was the continuous delivery or the continuous deployment. So is there a thing like infrastructure as a code? Is there a thing like specific practices related to development, whether it's blue-green, canary development? Is feature flags a thing? So these were all questions that I was asking myself. So when I'm designing this DevOps flow, should I consider all that stuff? And then I was thinking like, let me find out which are the actual specifics that are there. How are those being defined? So if you look at this definition, and I try to provide to have the slides, all the reference materials that I've used. So continuous integration definitely kind of is there, but one of the differences that we see in any, I would say, non-IoT DevOps flow would be that you have a full control for the entire environment, starting from anything that's backend services all the way to the client. When we are talking about IoT, very often the edge or the end sensors you don't have a full access to, or you can't really reach those. So that's one of the differences. So we should operate in context where we are not fully in control of all the devices. The other thing that's also very specific is for any workflow that you design, usually when we do DevOps, we are operating on application level, but here we are having firmware updates, right? So it's something that we haven't done before in the DevOps space, or it's something new, at least for me. And all those devices most probably are removed, and some of them most probably we can't even reach easily. So if we have a device that's somewhere out of our reach, how do we design the DevOps process that we can deploy securely? And basically, these are critical devices where they need to be up and running. So these are the main challenges that we saw. So looking briefly, continuous integration is definitely there. It's one of the most popular practices that we have. And continuous integration is all about having a source control repo, having an automated build, and trying to produce tests as early as you can. Now, source control repo is not an issue. Automated builds, I would say this would be also relevant for IoT. You want to have your build process somewhere on a common server rather than somebody fetching you the latest, I don't know, binary over USB and start deploying it all around. Automated builds, I would say this would be the very, very tricky part that you need to kind of handle. With devices, sensors, how do you define an environment where you can make reliable tests, or which would be the smoke test that you can make early so you can detect some of the bugs? So that's one of the areas that I was like thinking that would be something different. Continuous deployment or continuous delivery would be trying to push everything that you have developed all the way to the end devices that you'll be having. Now, it does come in a little bit more flavor. You might have configurations that you need to keep as well. So this could be part of your delivery process. But overall, again, the problem that I saw was how do you do this at the end devices? So I wanted to go back to a very basic IoT architecture to look at all the elements that could be found there and try to think about how I can approach this. So for any IoT architecture, and that's a very simplified form, you basically have two parts. One is the, I would say, edge part, which would be the cloud gateway and the end devices. And the other part, as Mikhail mentioned at the beginning, would be the part where you're doing the data ingestion, where you're training the AI part, and basically doing all the back-end processing. Now, if we try to elaborate a little bit more, the problems that I would see would be on the way that how we connect the devices. So which are the different ways that we can connect devices? Obviously, you need to have some form of as part of most architectures for IoT that I've seen, you'll have something like a cloud gateway that will be controlling some of the devices and will have direct communication. You might need to have a field gateway, which again would be an IP-enabled device where you can connect to this device. You have some stack there, most probably an operating system. And finally, you'll have the end devices, which could or could not be, I would say, IP-enabled, or they could be just good old sensors that are directly communicated to the field device. And I would say I was dreading about this part, like how do I reach those things? How do I make a DevOps for this entire thing? Now, there are a couple of other things, so that's a little bit more elaborated view on this basic architecture. You have a couple of layers that are spanning across all that thing. Obviously, security in the IoT space is very important. So anything that's actually behind this part, more or less you can secure. That's in the cloud, you can deal with it. But on this side, which are the mechanisms that you have to use? Obviously, secure communication or any updates that you are delivering should be signed, and any device that's kind of taking any updates should make sure that the updates are coming from a certified update server. So that's the area. Deployment would also be the part, and high availability disaster recovery for me, the way that I look at this is actually concerning this part here, which is the backend processing. On the front end part, how do you make a high availability or disaster recovery, mainly duplicating the sensor or duplicating the devices. But on the other hand, like there isn't that much that you can do there. Now, this would be the Azure IoT architecture, reference architecture as Microsoft sees it today. This is, I think, version 2.0. If you go to our architecture center, you will see it. And this is basically all the, I would say, the ecosystem or the different services that we have in this space. So again, anything that's behind, I would say, this part. So whether it's the HD Insight, Azure Stream Analytics, Power BI, any applications, Azure Machine Learnings, I can easily automate this in the pure old-fashioned. I can use ARM templates, I can use scripts, and it's no problem for me to have this as infrastructure as a code. So if this falls down, I have a reliable way to bring it up. So this is a no-brainer for me. The part that's kind of on the cloud gateway part, Azure IoT Hub, device provisioning service, and the digital twins. I do have the API, I can kind of do it, but it also made me thinking like, what else is important? So device provisioning service is actually something that you need to have, whether you're using the Microsoft ecosystem or any other system. When you have like thousands of devices, this service will actually help you if you plug a new device within your network to be automatically provisioned. So it will know where to connect for the latest updates. It will get the latest updates, the configuration, and get everything that it needs to start running. Azure IoT Hub would be the cloud part, which will be the cloud gateway. Now, the interesting part is actually lying here, is the Azure IoT Edge. So this is the Microsoft offer for either working with end devices, IP-enabled end devices, or it can act as an intermediate cloud gateway. Now, kind of speaking about automation, and I'm just kind of mentioning this briefly here, we do have the Azure IoT Central, where pretty much all those services are available to you as a fast service. So, any dynamic scaling on the load, provisioning, disaster recovery, all that stuff are being taken care for you. So that's one of the services that we can have to help you out. Going back to the Azure IoT Edge, let me kind of open. It's a very slow animation that I've created, right? So let me go back here. Um, I kind of realized that obviously this is playing a central part with any DevOps flow that I'll have. And I wanted to understand a little bit more. So I reached out to my colleagues that are doing this professionally and asked them, hey guys, can you tell me, do you have any cool resources regarding DevOps for IoT? Can I see some samples and presentations? And I was a little bit surprised by the answer that I got. It was, as far as we are concerned, DevOps flow for IoT is not very different from any DevOps flow that we have. And this was not an answer that I was very, let's say I was very reluctant to accept. Considering the research that I've done, I was like, how is that possible? How would you say that it's not different? Why would you say something like this? And then I started looking at the IoT Edge device. That's our solution for addressing those problems. So IoT Edge device is actually a kind of a runtime that runs on IP-enabled devices that can have operating system. Any logic that you deploy on it is actually based on containers. So essentially on this IoT Edge device, you will be running Docker or other container host, and on top any logic that on top of it, any logic that you can deploy or any models that will do actual work would be deployed as containers. So that's interesting, right? You have the IoT Edge runtime, you have a couple of models, and the IoT Edge runtime will take care to connect to the IoT hub. It does provide you with different languages to create those connections, establish information, and it actually does save you a lot of troubles. Any updates that are coming, maintenance, security patches, facilitation of connection to downstream devices. So all of this is actually being placed there. And that's why I understand why my colleagues are saying like this. If you use it everywhere, basically either as an edge device or a gateway, you do have a pretty nice way with a lot of logic developed to start actually working on your flow. The only thing that you need to do for any new custom logic that you are developing, you need to develop it as application, package it as a container, and then push it to Azure Container Registry. From this point forward, basically the entire ecosystem takes care for all the, I would say, troubles that you will have. Now, my question here was like, okay, IoT Edge is great. Containers, it's a really high abstraction level, but which are the devices that are supporting this one? We do have a list of devices or a program that certifies those devices that are essentially running this entire flow. So if you come from the angle, and I'll speak like what you can do outside of this ecosystem, if you're coming from the angle of, yes, we are using this ecosystem, we are using certified devices, IoT Edge, all the services that you're provisioning, I started to understand why my colleagues are saying IoT, DevOps for IoT is not that different from anything else. That's the Git flow that they have, like branching. As you can see, it's very similar to any application development that you have. The only thing that still would be worrying me would deploy to a dev device, test on a dev device, deploy to a production device. So how is this working? Now, if you look at the Azure DevOps, it does come with Azure IoT Edge pre-built task. So essentially what this task is doing, it's taking your source code, it's building it for the end device that you want to build, and then it's packaging it to a Docker container. Once you have this, basically you push the Docker container to a Azure Container Registry, and IoT Hub will take it from there and distribute it to any end devices that you will have. It's a pretty sweet, pretty simple flow, and in a way, you know, it really is not that different from anything that you see. Now, regarding the testing phase, I was thinking like, how is that working? Now it turns out that you can actually make smoke tests because we are packaging as a container, and as a container, there's actually something that's called edge provisioning device container, which you can deploy to Kubernetes or somewhere else. You can run the logic that you have packaged there, and you can run any unit test or smoke test. So this would be your way to actually test what you're doing. So essentially, you're getting a um, a virtual device. So if you look, if you are within the ecosystem and if you are using, all those certified devices, yes, I mean it's not that different. You're packaging to containers. Any application developer can do this. But I was still not satisfied with that. Like, what about the people that are not using the ecosystem? Like, how do they solve that problem? And very often, from what I've seen in my practice, anytime that I go to any, partner or customer, they're always saying me like, yes, but we are doing something different, or we are using some different devices. And that's where you need to be prepared, and you need to be thinking like, what else? I mean, how do we work with those cases? And I was back to the drawing board of how things are being connected. So the main question for me was, okay, I got the backend sorted out. I can have it infrastructure as a code. I can automate this, but how, for God's sake, I push like any updates to the edge devices that are not running something as smart as Azure IoT Edge. And I like this principle of mathematics. Any problem that you have, you try to break it down to any problems that solutions or simple problems, and try to solve it from there. So I was thinking like what I was working on that is very similar to those flows, and I know how to do. And I was thinking like, yeah, I've built similar things for mobile devices. If you think about it, like these are my headphones, and I've seen that they have been updated, so they do have firmware, and it's actually my mobile phone that's making the updates. On the other hand, my mobile phone is actually acting as a gateway, if you think about it, but it's also an end device because I'm getting firmware updates here, not only application updates. And it's a critical device for me, so it needs to be running all the time. I have all my banking information here, all that stuff. So if I lose it, I will be really, really pissed off. So it's a very, very similar situation. Now, one of the things that I've worked in the past was actually DevOps for mobile application development. And there was a service that was actually offering you a way to test on a real device. And this is something that I built like a couple of years back. So I was, okay, I want to test my application on real devices, not just on emulators. So for me, I had this was my, I would say, deployment agent. And then I had a number of devices that I've connected. I could connect through USB to them, make any updates, make any screenshots, and kind of make all those tests. So this sounded to me like something that I could further explore. Now, I just wanted to show you a screenshot of another test center. It's actually from another cloud provider. And that's how it looks like. Much better organized devices, not like the ones that I'm running around, but it's actually the same principle. So it gave me the idea that I am doing something right. On the other hand, if you think about the mobile devices, it's not always that you have the device at hand. And if you want to do any fast tests without deploying to an actual device, because it does take a lot of time, you do need to have some sort of emulator, which is something that we have for mobile devices. So again, I started seeing some of the similarities of the problems that we can solve. Now, the other question for me was like, how do you deploy to the actual physical devices, right? We are talking about like DevOps systems, like whether it's Azure DevOps, whether it's GitHub, whether it's Jenkins, or GitLab. How is this going to work? If you remember my previous photo, that's my workbench. I did have something that needs to connect locally to those devices in order to operate that. Now, a lot of people, I don't think that they fully realize, but when you're using any cloud deployment system, you have the option to have the so-called self-hosted agent, private agent, or private runner. So basically, anything that you do on a cloud machine to do the builds or the deployments, you can take the agent, you can have it on-prem behind a firewall, and you can connect it to any devices that you have. And that's something that we've been using a lot for some of the restricted, I would say, in some cases where we can't have everything in the cloud, there needs to be like an on-prem deployment, and you can't really reach out from the cloud to on-prem. Then you have the agent installed. And the funny thing is that the agents are actually not that different from any other machine that you have. They're running an operating system. They need to have the capabilities to make any builds or any deployment. So very often what you'll do, you'll have the agent and you'll start installing additional tools on top of it in order to have deployment. In my case, with the access to the devices that I had Raspberry Pi. I actually, the first time I'm including one of my articles, you can set a Raspberry Pi as a GitHub runner, and basically you can use any USB to connect to any devices that are out there. So what you can do from there is create custom actions or custom tasks in order to do the builds or the tests that you have. So with that, I think that this solved my problem on how I can connect to local devices and make any deployment directly. This would be my vehicle to make any deployments, to make any test system, or maybe in the future make deployments to other devices out there. But what are the ways to actually update a device? Obviously, it's not an application, and I'm thinking like firmware updates. How is this happening? How you can make this reliable. And starting digging around again around the mobile devices, there's the so-called AD seamless system updates, which essentially acts in the following way. On any device, and that's for the mobile devices as well as others, you'll have two separate partitions. On one partition, you'll have the current system up and running. Then you'll deploy to a second partition any updates or firmware updates that you have, and then you will instruct the bootloader on boot, on the actual boot, to try to switch those partitions. If the new partition boot fails and the update is not okay, you can always switch back. And if you think about it, this is not very, very different from what we are doing as application developers. When you're deploying, you have like slots, and you're deploying from one slot, and then you're trying to switch your DNS to go there. So that's, I would say, the new way for updating. And there's like the non-AD system updates, which are, I would say, if you don't have space or for older devices, what you'll have is you're going to have something that's called a restore partition, which is always there. So if something goes wrong with the update, you'll go to the restore partition, which will take care to initialize the system and have it in a ready run state. So for me, this was okay. So that's how it works. So that's how it works with those devices. But what's the mechanism to actually deliver those updates? And if you look at the literature, there are like a couple of, I would say, abbreviations that I think people are using interchangeable. Over-the-air updates, firmware over-the-air updates, or device firmware update. They're all kind of referring to the same mechanism, where basically you're using these AD or non-AD systems to make the updates. Now, thinking about how we can connect to the system and kind of going back to the DevOps flow, we actually, and that's outlined from a secure firmware over-the-air update survey, there's essentially two ways to connect to the devices, either over-the-air, so this would be some wireless, Bluetooth, HTTPS, HTTP connection that you can do, and then you have the wired updates where you are connected to the device. So thinking about the DevOps flow, when you are creating your, I would say, dev test environment, deployment environment, you have both most probably. Within your testing lab, most probably you use the wired updates to deliver any update and try to get any data on whether it was successful or not. Then you'll try to migrate to something that's over the air, OTA update, and use the mechanisms that are there. Now, these are all great thoughts, but at this point we were talking about mobile devices, and obviously there is some relation and some practices can be used. So I was thinking like, I have this thing, can I move this to actual devices that doesn't have operating system? How would that work? And the devices that I have is the ESP32. I think it's very popular. If you kind of look it up, seems it's everywhere these days. So I started experimenting with ESP32s. Now, if you look at the documentation that's coming from the supplier, you'll notice something that OTA or over the air is kind of supported. And the way that it operates is actually having two partitions. One data partition, by the way, switching, rolling back, all that stuff. So at the end of the day, obviously the practices that we have for the mobile are very, very similar for the ESP32 or any other device. On the other hand, I kind of found out that there is a lot of, I use Arduino as an environment for development. I found out there's actually a lot of libraries out there that would provide you with something that's called an OTA server or update server. So that's where your device connects. It kind of gets all the updates, but it takes care of a couple of other things, which is like checking the signature of the update. So is this the right update? Making sure that the connection is secure and making sure that the device is connecting to the correct update server. Because if we are talking about security, and if we are talking about over-the-air updates, one huge concern that we'll have would be how are we securing this? Like, how is the security there? And if you look through again, to the, I would say, academic papers, you'll find an equal amount of papers that are dealing with common attacks for over-the-air or FOTA, OTA, or all those abbreviations. So obviously, that's a vector that you need to be very, very careful. I'm thinking about man-in-the-middle attacks, hijacking, updating the firmware with something that you have provided. So that's something that we need to be very careful. Now, going back to the DevOps part, for those devices, unfortunately, I couldn't find a lot of emulators or virtual devices. So obviously, that's a challenge. If you're making those smoke tests or fast tests, and if you're relying on emulators or virtual devices, you should be looking for a platform that could provide you something like this. Otherwise, you'll end up with pretty much the setup that I have here. Sorry, let me go back, which is physical devices that you're deploying to. And honestly, if you're talking about a very fast cycle of deployment, flushing a device, updating the device, it does take some time. So that's something that you need to kind of look for improvement. I was thinking like, if I have a situation where a developer wants to test something, the way that I can kind of counter that would be to have a lot of edge devices. So any new deployment, I'll kind of force a developer to go to a new device so that way I can have, and I have more environments to do tests, so kind of replicating this. On the other hand, kind of conducting those tests, and that's a problem that I haven't kind of solved. Let's imagine that you have a very simple thermostat. You're trying to measure the temperature, and you want to test this in your solution. How do you create an isolated environment where you can have repeatable tests? So then we are talking about building something like a small lab or small environment where you can simulate the actual modifications of the sensor data in a predictable way so that you can kind of have those results. So these are some of the other challenges that you have in building an end-to-end DevOps flow. Now, obviously, as I said, this OTA server or update server is kind of something that we need to be very careful and kind of look about because of all the security issues, and that's where all updates are coming. So it turns out that there are a couple of, I would say, commercial solutions out there, and some of those are, pretty robust. But the way that they operate are actually coming in the following way. So how is the Nipote workflow? You do subscribe to a server to get a response, so the device needs to be provisioned to be able to connect to one specific update server. So when we are talking about device provisioning service, you need to have something like this. So when you connect the device, it knows where to connect. It will download the firmware, store it in the persistent memory, extract it, switch, and then reboot. So that's the flow. Which are the common components? You'll have a photo or OTA server. It will manage the security of the OTA, manage the sessions, how people are connecting there, and then manage the devices. Obviously, you don't want any device out there to be able to connect to your server and start downloading the latest updates. So this could be a security issue. Then you have a download agent. So that's something that you need to take care, or the solution should have, because the download can interrupt at any moment. So you might have partial firmware or not full firmware update. You need to have a mechanism for repeating downloads. So that needs to be there as well. And then is the actual update engine that will take care to understand whether the device updated correctly, whether it's working okay, or you need to trigger a mechanism to kind of do a rollback mechanism. So all that stuff needs to be part of this server, or if you're building your custom-made solution, these are things that you need to think about. Now, which are the ways that this works? And it turns out that if you're using an OTA server, yep.
Which means that at the time of production, maybe this kind of simulation, the kind of production, we need to do something, we need to do something, we need to have some kind of a register this OTA. But we're talking about a database.
Pretty much the same way. If you're working with, I would say, yep. So the question was, can you repeat the question so I can repeat it? You have thousands of devices. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the question is like, how is this scenario relating to a real world scenario where you have like thousands of devices and you're actually working on an actual factory and you're working also with a supplier that already has something. So my answer to this one would be, I'm showing the principles if you're building something. If you are choosing a supplier, then choose a supplier that have all those capabilities, kind of a building. As I said, Microsoft have those capabilities, whether you're using the device provisioning service, IoT Hub, IoT Edge, IoT Sphere. There are other providers as well that could provide you these. But in some cases, if you need to build something custom tailored for your solution, because it doesn't fit exactly like that, you will be kind of, I think, using, again, commercial solutions, but choosing a commercial solution that does provide those services in place. I would say this would be. Okay, so let's talk about this after that. All right. Okay, so regarding the different methods for delivering updates using the OTA server, and actually there are like three major architectures that people are using. One would be edge to cloud. So that's an architecture where you have the update server kind of standing somewhere on the internet, and every end device will kind of connect and get the updates. It's kind of a simple. You need to take care of all the devices that are registered, make sure that all of them are registered. I would say the biggest downside of this one would be you're making a lot of connections, huge traffic going forward and backward, having all those devices. So if you have like millions of devices, you need something else. The other way to do it would be gateway to cloud. So basically this somehow solves the problem where all the updates are kind of downloaded to a local gateway and you're relying on the local network to deliver the update to all the devices that are there. It's a way to kind of scale as well. So this is good. The downside of this one would be that you have like a single point of failure. If your gateway kind of fails, then your updates fail. So you need to take care of this one. And of course, there's like the edge to gateway to cloud, which is, I think that like how all big providers are operating. You have like the central servers that are delivering these, that you have the regional gateways that are getting the update, and then you're making the update to the individual devices and basically solve some of those problems that are there. Now, best practices for auto, and that's something that I found out of people that are actually doing this one. So people are saying incorporate over-the-air update mechanism from day one. And to me, as a DevOps engineer, this very, very much sounds like start your DevOps flow from day one. Start with continuous integration from day one. So this is very much adhering to the DevOps principles that we have that are there. Progressive development approach. So the way that I understand this, small increments, like don't do like huge updates that can break stuff. And again, this is very, very relevant to what we do in DevOps. So small incremental updates. Don't push like very large updates. Now, prioritize updates. So the whole idea here would be if you're having critical devices, you need to have some sort of properties that will tell you those devices are currently occupied or those are idle. So you'll prioritize idle devices over the ones that are currently running and very critical. So this would be something that kind of a no-brainer. Automatic updates and rollback. Again, a very, very similar principle to what we have in any DevOps part. So you're trying to make the updates as automated as you can, and the rollback in case of failure should be automatic. So again, this is a very common principle. And then backing up current configuration, I think that's always important. And management platform, obviously, central management platform would be very useful, registry of devices and central place to kind of make all the updates. So again, if you look at this, like if you incorporate this in your IoT DevOps flow, over-the-air updates and firmware over-the-air updates sounds like a very, very good candidate for solving those connection problems. Now, final thoughts, as we have a couple of minutes until the end. We haven't covered something that I think is also important. Now, we have a way to deploy the updates. We have a way to kind of try to do some automation and automated tests. But what would be our strategy to make those deployments? Yes, we have the OTA servers. We have the ways that they work. But if you have a lot of devices, how do you make those updates? And for me, like looking at the practices that I know about, canary releases would be the best way to do it. If you're not familiar, that's how most of the big, I would say, companies out there are rolling out new updates. So what this is all about, you start with a small number of users that are usually within your organization or within your lab. If this is successful, you kind of progress to a smaller market. So for example, let's say we are releasing a new feature for our mobile application. We have like subscribers all over the world. You select a geography that's relatively small, for example, Bulgaria, and you roll it out there. You keep it for a couple of days, you see that it's working okay, and you then start rolling out on a higher and higher circle. So that's what I think would be applicable to IoT. Start with the devices that are nearby you, so you can see what's going on. Then start with the devices that you can rip. So in case of failure, you can go and kind of plug directly and make any amendments. Once you solve those problems, go to the devices that are far away from you, and your end goal will be the devices that you can't never reach, the ones that are underwater or in space, or the ones that you can't even, touch at all. And that's all. That's all the talks that I have. I hope that it was useful. It's not a deep technical session, but when you're thinking about automating your flow for IoT, I hope this would be useful information. Any questions that you have? Yes.
How do you handle failure during coding?
You mean for firmware updates or?
Yeah, firmware updates. So let's say the update failed,
Okay.
and then the rollback failed. And now I have a brick.
Yes, and that's a brick device, and honestly, there is nothing you can do. Most probably you can, I mean, these are the cases where I think you need to plug in physically into the device, try to flush the entire firmware that's there, or if that's not possible, you're losing the device.
So in such cases, how do you manage the case configuration? Like, you put some kind of constraints, like I would like the device to have full battery or something like this.
Yes, this would be, I think, in your device provisioning service. For example, the one that we are using in the pager, you keep a number of properties of telemetry that's coming out of your device every time. So you set those properties, you propagate it, so full battery, like for the mobile devices, or above 60%, or maybe some of the sensors or whatever should not be working, so you can make the update that's there. But this would be, I would say, something also for the OTA server to have. From what I've read, most of the OTA servers can have this capability. You can get the properties for the device that you're updating, or you have a registry, a older device that you want to update, and their current properties, and you make decisions based on this. But again, I would say if a device is not ready for an update because of some reason, you need to have a mechanism to kind of come back at some point and get the update.
Maybe one method for that is green blue deployments, where you have two bootbanks, so you start updating a new bank, and if it fails to do it on the next update, you go to the
Yeah.
So you basically have two different firmware images.
So you have one?
One too. No.
Yes,
on
that's
the
true.
same device, on the same device you can have, you can split the flash into two
Yes.
different.
So let me go back to this slide here.
On top of that, even because we will explain about Azure person. Azure person is hardware, and one core is doing only security. You don't update it directly. You have some other tools that you install. For example, in that core, you can see if a firmware succeeded, and if not, we try to run another firmware on the cores that do the go. And this is most probably.
Yeah, so here the flash is split into two parts, and you can decide the new which one is setting the flash.
And basically, you are not updating the bootloader procedure. It's just redirecting it to a different state. Now, if the rollback for some reason fails, because most probably there will be a case like this, right? Honestly, I don't know. That's why we end up with brick devices from time to time. I remember looking at a forum for updating or jailbreaking an iPhone like a couple of years back, and there was like a question: how do I put the smoke back into the device? So I guess that was one of those cases. But yeah, I think this is the provision mechanisms for most of the devices, and it would be also a recovery partition if you have one. But if those fail, you have a failed device, unfortunately, in place. Cool. Thank you so very much for kind of suffering through my presentation. I hope it was useful information and you didn't lose an hour of your life listening to me. We'd be happy to answer any questions. I'll be around. If not, I'll see you at the end of the event. Thanks.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment. a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Добре. Камерата не включва и това го махаме.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on platforms. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world. And our technology
Мариан, би ли
is
шернал
invented for life.
екрана си? Към мен не. Да, видях.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
Едно, две, три, работи ли?
processes in various areas while also addressing fundamental topics of explainability of deep learning models and also addressing related challenges. I've performed research recently in responsible machine learning in fintech, which is part of also my academic interest. The results have been published in IEEE Access recently, which, as you may know, is an international multidisciplinary journal with open access and infrastructure, which is published by the IEEE organization. Today, I'm going to show part of those results, but we're also going to tackle additional topics and aspects. The idea is to look into the topic of how we're approaching machine learning from responsible point of view. And there are two aspects of it. Explainability, which is more the technical side, but also cause-effects, which is more on the regulatory aspect. Over the last decade, we've seen unprecedented advancements in the field of machine learning, which is making a revolution and breakthrough in quite a lot of areas. And it's making the revolution starting from understanding natural language to also computer vision. I think that one of the next presenters is going to talk exactly about computer vision, so I'm really excited to learn more about it. We've seen sophisticated ML platforms and algorithms which are able to do crazy stuff, from transformers to neural networks. With the vast processing capabilities, we're also able to scale ML algorithms to support hundreds of millions of parameters, which was unthinkable when you look at it 10 years ago. So it is really the case that the sky is the limit as to the things that we can accomplish. And machine learning can be seen now part of our everyday life, starting from business, education, but also going through healthcare, transportation, and even entertainment. So it is not a surprise that the global corporate investments in artificial intelligence and machine learning are constantly growing throughout the years. And based on this information from Statista, we can see that there is a sevenfold increase of the corporate investments in AI from year 2015 to 2021. And as the investments in this space are growing, so are the revenues, where we see also an explosive growth in terms of revenues across different regions worldwide. Obviously, North America, and more specifically the United States, are leading this trend, followed by Europe and also Asia Pacific. But as you can see, Latin America, Middle East, and Africa, they also follow this trend, although on a smaller scale. So we've seen so many advancements, and many people say that AI is the new electricity. This is something that you've probably heard, and one of the guys who actually promoted that idea is Andrew, the famous Coursera founder and also professor at Stanford University, who did quite a lot of things to promote machine learning on a global scale. And when you look at it, it's quite true. Just like electricity transformed the world we live in 100 years ago, that's actually quite a case with artificial intelligence. And nowadays, it's hard to think of any area where machine learning is not revolutionizing and transforming many areas of our life. By the way, is there anyone who doesn't know who this guy is?
I think his name is Mark.
Okay, so how many of you work with machine learning on a daily basis? 3 people, 4. Okay. How about explainability? How many of you implemented?
This guy.
Okay,
I've been on his course.
nice. So
His course is
that's cool.
No, then it became on YouTube. First site it wasn't on YouTube because you should go there and download the lectures and assign there's assignments and so on and so on.
Exactly. So there, he developed one of the most popular courses in Coursera, which is on machine learning, which in the past was based on the octave language, kind of looks like more or less like MATLAB.
Yeah, it's actually the open source version of
Yeah,
MATLAB.
but now they redesigned it into a NO specialization, which is based on Python, which is nowadays Python. You know, the cool language that everyone has to know. And speaking of attendance, if you go to the Bosch Connected World Conference in November, there is going to be a lecture with Andrew Nick. So if you have time to visit Berlin, which is a cool city, make sure to attend this lecture. I'm pretty much sure that it's going to be much fun for you. Also, you will learn quite a lot of things that we've been developed at the Bosch site. So obviously we've harnessed a lot of benefits from machine learning. There is no doubt about it. And the future also holds a lot of promises. However, there are some underlying challenges that we also need to consider. And apparently, machine learning has its dark side as well. But no one really talks about it that much. And for those of you who are fans of Star Wars, maybe you remember one line by Darth Vader who says, "Be careful not to choke on your aspirations." Because we have so many aspirations here investing like crazy in machine learning, but there are some roadblocks along the way that can appear and punch us in the face. So let's see what kind of problems can happen if machine learning is not diagnosed, if it's not verified before putting all those core algorithms into production systems. So hiring bias, you know that hiring is a process which is data-driven. There are a lot of resumes that recruiters have to go through, maybe thousands of them. It takes a lot of time. It's very cost intensive. You have to cold call the candidates, then schedule interviews. All of this needs quite a lot of time. And myself, actually, also as an engineering and hiring manager, spent quite a lot of time in part of this. So I was also thinking, okay, it would be really cool if some algorithm can kind of go through the resumes and scan the best ones. And it's a matter of fact that machine learning actually hires people nowadays, but there can be some hiring bias that can happen, which can negatively affect candidates, but also employers from a legal perspective. And for example, Amazon, a few years ago, they tried to develop an engine, which they may try to create an engine that would be the holy grail of recruiting. And when I say holy grail, they wanted to create an engine where you give it 1,000, 10,000 resumes, and then it spits out the 5 top candidates. You just hire them on the spot. However, it turned out that the models that they used and the data that they used to train the model was based on historical data, which was predominantly male candidates, also reflecting the male dominance, unfortunately, of the technology industry. So what happened is that the algorithm that they used for hiring downgraded in the rankings of women. So that was a very strong bias against women. Yep, question?
Can I just, not exactly a question, I think the question is made by you. I understand it this way, how it happens with Amazon. And because I worked for eBay some 3 years ago maybe. And with eBay, there are women almost equal to men. There's no bias. Just people hired by their skills, whatever gender, it is no matter.
That's a nice perspective. Are you using the eBay? Were you using algorithms for the hiring?
eBay are totally similar to Amazon. We even studied Amazon there. And because we studied Amazon, I have some idea about how they work. And I don't think they have women at all. I mean, it's not only a bias, they just don't hire women. Maybe only men, I think. That's how I think about it.
Unfortunately, and actually Amazon didn't comment too much about this. But what could be found on the internet, we could get to some articles where you can find a page showing scraps. So they discontinued the use of this algorithm, like without any comments.
Yeah, but they have to women like idols, that's their problem. They have women as idols and then don't hire them because it's a different kind of business. I have some apology for them, but not much. I mean,
Yeah,
I
maybe we
have
can get
from
back to
different
that point
companies.
later during the lunch break, but the next thing that I actually wanted to show you is that not only hiring is an area where you could be impacted by ML algorithms, but it's also justice and law enforcement. The United States imprisons more people than any other single country um, in the world. And their system, U.S. court system, is under very heavy pressure to optimize the process to reduce the number of prisoners and the number of prisons. So when the court system is thrown with a problem like this at their face, like they're trying to see, okay, could we use some kind of automated tools to make this happen, and which they did. Unfortunately, the model turned out to show a lot of false positives. So they're trying to calculate the likelihood that a dependent would become recidivist. And when we have false positives, like it's literally when AI is sending people to jail. So not only they did not optimize the process, but they perpetuated the unfairness and injustice. And there are a lot of civil rights organizations and community organizations in the United States which were uh, urging the authorities against the use of such risk assessment tools in the system. But it's also quite, I would say, sad that this type of problems can be encountered in healthcare. I mean, in healthcare, we have reached a lot of improvements using machine learning algorithms, especially diagnostics. Nowadays, an ML algorithm can predict whether a patient has a certain disease much better than an expert who studied 20 years medicine. And that's really fantastic. However, bias can actually sneak also into healthcare and affect negatively the lives of many, many people. There was an algorithm, ML-based service across the hospitals in the United States, which was used to predict what kind of service should be given to a special patient. And that system systematically discriminated against white people. So it was not preferring those people as much as white people for receiving some special care with complex medical needs. Business failures. The business, no matter how much they invest into AI, the business and the companies are not immune to this problem. A company called Zillow in the United States, which is a real estate company basically dealing with, buying property, repairing the property and selling it for profit. They, at the height of the COVID pandemic, they wanted to introduce an ML-based service called Zestimate, that with the intention of improving their processes and efficiency. And what happened is that with this service, the ML algorithm estimated the initial cash offers to buy the properties from the homeowners, but this it was very too optimistic. So the initial cash offering was actually too high that after the repairs, you would have really a lot of problems reselling this for profit. And as a result of that, they ended up with substantial
battery or I don't have stream.
Добре, вижте.
Той е пуснат.
Да.
Продължава.
Окей. Добре. Окей. Микрофона само да го пусна. Пуснат е, окей. Добре, окей.
Fast forward. So thanks a lot for the patience. Hopefully this was quick.
It's fine.
All right. So we were talking about Zestimate's business failure, which tried to estimate the initial cash offers to the homeowners, but it turned out that it was too optimistic for them. And what happened is that the company wasn't able to sell the properties after the repair so successful. So they ended up with a huge loss of about $300 million. And on top of that, their stock price plunged substantially by also planning to cut 2,000 jobs, which is more or less 25% of their workforce. So now the question is, like when we're thinking about all of these problems that could potentially arise in productive systems, what is the root cause of all of that? Like, could that be somehow related to how we define machine learning? So this is a modern definition of machine learning by another famous guy, Tom Mitchell, who's a professor at Carnegie Mellon University. How many of you know this guy?
And not his colleague, but not him.
All right, one person. So I'm going to explain briefly what this definition means. So this definition means that, in classical traditional programming, you were trying to program, the whole workflow to solve a given problem. But this turned out to be quite inefficient when you have new situations which the algorithm doesn't know how to address. So that's how we are trying to incorporate some experience into machine learning. But we also want the program to have some performance on how it learns according to some performance metrics. So a computer program is set to learn from experience E with respect to some task T. The task could be spam detection, cancer detection, estimating home prices for Zestimate, and so on and so forth, with regards to some performance measure. Performance here could be accuracy, recall, like you name it. As measured by P improves with experience C, like any thoughts, whether some problems are coming from the ML definition itself, of all of these problems. Open discussion, like it's perfectly fine to have a brainstorming.
What about performance indicators in this case? We could use any different criteria to see what kind of performance, but aren't we actually in some sort of boundary to what extent we can measure performance? Because we can use correctness or accuracy or completeness, but it has an end, right? It cannot always be 100% on the
Absolutely, yeah. That's one part of the topic. Like it looks like we're too fixated on improving performance, right? So people and companies are investing billions of dollars to have 0.1% of improvement on a certain algorithm. But this is, just like you mentioned, this is not the end of the story. The question is how we actually learn, like at what other human-based cost. We're going to discuss this also at the end of the presentation, but that was a very good catch. So let's talk a little bit about why ML models fail. So the first problem is actually lack of transparency. Like this is something which comes into play, especially with deep learning models, which are, you can think of them as a black box, and not even experts in the field, machine learning scientists and professors and so on and so forth, they cannot explain how a particular ML model reached a given decision. And when you do not have interpretability, when you don't know how a model reacts in certain circumstances, then you do not have a transparency. You cannot make decisions. You cannot, have any analytics out of that. The second problem is, aren't we using inadequate benchmarks the whole time? So we are typically using some single aggregate metrics for the entire data set that we use to train a model, such as accuracy, for example. We are fixated, okay, we have a data set, let's improve the best possible accuracy in the world. But as we're going to prove on the next slides, this is actually not sufficient, because even though you may be able to achieve, on the average, of course, a quite good performance of the algorithm, this doesn't make you sure that there are such non-negligible data regions or data cohorts in the data set which do not exhibit problems like higher error rates, not sufficient data, and so on and so forth. Insufficient data, right? When we're having a data set, we're also fixated on analyzing the features, making sure that we have enough instances and samples and so on and so forth. But are we using actually analysis to detect whether there are any discrepancies in that whole data set which could lead to bias, unfairness, and discrimination? But even if we hypothetically solve that problem, then the question still remains how we make the monitoring and the control, right? Because when you put something into production, you have to constantly make sure that this ML algorithm does not have any bias or discrimination, which is also quite difficult, because when you get new data, you also have to incorporate it into your data processing. So nowadays, many people talk about MLOps. Of course, that's quite important, because most of the time when you deploy something in production is engineering task. However, this is also quite important. So now the question is, how could all of this be improved? What kind of techniques and tools we have to attack the problem? So the idea here is to make a holistic approach, right? So think about this from a holistic perspective, which has two components. One is technical, the other one is a policy perspective. The technical aspect of it is to understand how an ML model behaves across different features and different cohorts of the data set, so that you can reduce ethical challenges. The other one, the policy perspective, is more oriented towards promoting and establishing AI, which is trustworthy and also respects human rights. Now, we're going to start a little bit with a technical aspect. For the technical aspect, in order to achieve it, we've moved from purely research-based phase, when quite a lot of researchers in the industry were dealing with explainability, and they were trying to find some ways on how we can make the models more transparent. This is still a very active and hot area in research, but we've also reached a stage when there are open source tools out there that you can readily use in your system. So one of them is Microsoft Responsible AI widgets, which is helping not only developers but also other stakeholders to build trustworthy ML models. We're going to talk and focus in this presentation on the Microsoft tools, not because Misha told me to do so, but because this tool indeed has comprehensive and quite nice visualizations that you can use to address the problem, even if you're not an expert in the field. But all of you who are interested, you could also take a look at other tools, such as there are tools by IBM, AI Explainability 360, Lime, DeepLake, What If tool, right? So there are GitHub projects for all of them. You can download them, and even now, like when you get back home, you can make some Jupyter notebooks and play a little bit with them. So before going into the Microsoft tools, let's take a look at what are the explainers look like behind that methodology. So everything nowadays is kind of based on SHOP. SHOP is a state-of-the-art technique for ML model explainability. SHAP is an abbreviation for Shapley value additive explanation. This is a concept from game theory, which was discovered by a US mathematician Lloyd Shapley, who actually won Nobel Prize for economics for his theories in 2012. The very nice thing about his theories, and he's probably not even aware of that because he passed away in 2016, is that 1 year after that, there are two guys who actually take that concept and apply it to machine learning. They apply this to evaluate feature contribution for ML models, right? And this is kind of a very, innovation is always about simplicity. But the thing is that in most of the cases, you're not the one behind that innovation. And these guys actually did that. They look at the data set and said, okay, we have different features, which are fixed. There's some outcomes. When you're working on the model, each of these features across different samples of the data set contributes in a different way to the outcome. So let's see how this could be solved to assess the global importance of the features and also the local ones. How do we evaluate them? And this goes back to the theory by Shapley. It says if you have a coalition C of members, teammates, people you know, or some players that cooperatively produce some value V, how do we fairly determine the contribution of each of those members or players? It's a simple concept. It turns out, and I'm going to explain how SHAP works with a really, really simplistic toy example, right? Just as we're like doing something very simple. So imagine that we have 4 tokens here. We have a red, yellow, orange, and a green one. Imagine that the game is like this. If you have a red token, the game gives you 5 points. Yellow, 4 points. Orange, 3 points. Green, 3 points. A second rule, if you have any of those 2 colors, the game gives you an additionally 5 points. If you have 3 of them, any of them, 7. And then if you have all 4 colors, then you get 10 points. So if we assume that we have all 4 of them, then the score that you will obtain is 25, right? Do we all agree with this? So individually from each of that, you get 5, 4, 3, and 3, which is 15, right? And then because we have all 4 colors, plus 10 on top of it, which is 25. So the question is now, if you have a game like this, what's the contribution of the red token? How do you evaluate it, right? So this is actually what gives an idea how to calculate those SHAP values, SHAP importance values. We're not going to go into the mathematical details, but you can basically think of those SHAP values as an average across the different subsets of the features, right? So here F is the set of all features. This is the cardinality of the data set, and then S is the feature subset, and here we're evaluating the model output with the feature I present, and taking a look also on how the model output would look like without that feature. And we're kind of averaging that out. This is the main contribution by Lundberg and Lee paper, which gets about 2,000 citations. If you look into this on Google Scholar, it has more than 8,500. So taking this idea, let's also show a use case scenario, which you can see on my GitHub account in another context, fintech, but it still gives you an idea and raises the awareness about these problems. So, and also the paper that we published is in IEEE Access is based on those, on that code. So we're taking the critical approval data set from a, classical data set repository, the UCI machine learning repository, which is a nice data set. It doesn't have too many instances, but this is not the important thing, right? It's a well-balanced data set, and with it, you can evaluate quite a lot of things, such as whether an applicant will or will not get a credit card, where this will be an approval or will be a reject. It has different features such as par default, debt, income, age, educational level, married or not married, and so on and so forth. There are 15 features. Some classical pre-processing steps are being done, such as, clearing a little bit of data set, imputing some missing values, splitting this into 70 and 30% subsets. Nothing too spectacular. But then we decided to use XGBoost, extreme gradient boosting algorithm, to analyze this data set. The reason for this is twofold. First of all, XGBoost demonstrates industry-grade performance in productive systems due to many factors, such as computational speed, generalization capabilities, high predictive performance, but also the ability to do well on structured data in a variety of settings, such as regression, classification, ranking problems. And it's not a surprise why it's so popular on Kaggle compilation. We actually solved quite a lot of them. And the second reason, the more important one, is this is a black box model. It's not a neural network, but it's still a black box model. So you cannot actually verify how the model is making the decision, which makes it perfectly suitable for explainability analysis. Okay, this is, shall we do it like this? Is better?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, analysis with SHOP, you can analyze quite a different things and produce very comprehensive plot. And these are two of them. This is the B-swarm plot, and that one over there is the bar plot. With this, you're analyzing the global feature importance across the data set. And on the horizontal axis, you have the SHOP value that we calculated on one of the previous slides. On the y-axis, you have the density. You know how many of those points are being distributed on the x-axis. And you're doing the same across all instances and all features of the data set. So that's one thing. The other thing is that we have the bar plot, which is the same, but with the only difference that you're taking the mean value of the absolute SHAP importance score, right? So what are the conclusions that we can get from this? We know that, per default, turns out that it's a feature that has dominant impact on the decision, which is kind of natural. An applicant goes to a bank and says, okay, I want to have a credit card, and they'll say, did you have a default? Have you defaulted before? Yes or no? And if it's a yes, then this guy has really bad chances of getting a credit card, right? So it means that the model, also this happens with the model, because now we're analyzing the model, customers without par default are favored by the model, while those who do not have, who actually have par default, they're disfavored, right? So par default is a very strong indicator for, approving or declining a credit card. But what it also, another interesting thing is that, and we'll be coming back to this discussion at the end of the presentation, low yield income applicants may still get a credit card as per the model analysis if they had no par default. But those applicants that had a par default, it is much more difficult for them to get a credit card for the same income level. We're also able to analyze with SHOP local feature importance. So these are two applicants. Now we are going back with the Zoom tool to look into the individual samples. The previous ones were like showing you mostly the overall picture of how the model works. So this is an applicant where, it's approved by human decision and model prediction. So the two decisions coincided. So why this happened? Let's take a look, right? So this applicant did not have a par default, so the model pushed this to a decision, right? So this is a decision. This is going to be a rejection on this side. Has income, is currently employed and has been employed for 20 years. I mean, it's not possible to see the values, but there are values already, right? Also, this is an applicant which has a track record of par default, but also has other disfavorable factors, such as debt, as you can see, low income, and very scarce employment history. So in this case, the human decision and the model prediction, they coincide in their decisions because they're very strong factors for either approving or declining a credit card. However, those samples for which the bank or the human expert and the model disagree, these are the most relevant ones for explainability. So we've actually tried to see what happens with the applicant that has the highest income in the data set. He had a prior default. So obviously here the model rejected it because this is the dominant feature for the decision. And there are also some other disfavorable factors, but for some reason the bank decided that, okay, we're going to give this guy a credit card because he's full of money, right? There was like $100,000, for example, in his bank account. But this could also be a faulty assumption because those money could be spent quite quickly. So another question is who is right, like the bank or the model? We are also looking into another case where, with an applicant that has both favorable and disfavorable factors, such as here, this guy didn't have a prior default, but there is no income, almost no income, and has insufficient employment history. So it turns out that for some applicants, there is no strict indication who is right, whether the expert or the model. So additional analysis will have to be performed so that we are sure what we're doing here. So that's actually arises the need for the human-machine collaboration. The machine, or in terms of machine learning model, will need to collaborate with a human so that we reduce any such possible circumstances. And the reason for that is that even the model and the human expert are able to make mistakes based on their best judgment on the available information. Now we are getting to responsible AI widgets. So this is the tool which is based on SHAP. Like SHAP provides the explainers, and with responsible AI widgets, you have some cool visualization dashboards. So now you see that the error rate for the data set on this model is 12%, right? Which is pretty okay for a data set like this, 88% risk. However, it turns out that there are certain regions where this error is more emphasized. For example, credit card applicants without prior default, which are of age 38 or less, they're less likely to suffer from model failures, right? Actually, likely to suffer from model failures. Sorry about that. Likely to suffer from model failures. So you see 29% of error rate, which is quite substantial. Those are the people who are actually in their working age, they're contributing to the economy, and they could encounter bias. Also, applicants within this range from 38 to 52 years with prior default, they're also more vulnerable than applicants that had no prior default, right? So now the question is why this happens. With these tools from Microsoft, you can also look into the data cohort diagnosis, right? This is something that we never typically do in traditional machine learning. We're just considered to train a model, select the right model for the problem, train it, and then they see some metrics, right? Some confusion metrics, accuracy, and so on and so forth. But it turns out that most of the data is actually concentrated for exactly those applicants from age 20, 48 to or less. While on the other hand, the other cohort of the data contains much less data samples, also kind of corresponding to the strangely looking, almost non-existent errors in the other part of the heat map. There are also additional diagrams that you can use. So this is something that you cannot actually see, but with this decision tree, the toolbox actually gives you a picture of what are the most common instances or most common failure patterns. So what it turns out that for lower income applicants, here you have 125. If you get lower than that and you didn't have a prior default and you're currently unemployed, the error rate is a staggering 45%, right? So what is the conclusion here? There are two conclusions. The first one is that even if you have no prior default, that this could be undone if you have lower employment, lower income and unemployment. So the model will make more mistakes in that case. But from discrimination and bias perspective, it turns out that this model is very systematically discriminating lower income applicants, right? So this leads to bias and discrimination. So the question is, can we find a right balance? You have a devil and an angel here, because machine learning has both sides in its nature. And it turns out that the industry now is moving to a state where we want to assess the ethical aspect of ML. Like everyone is talking about it. When you go to Google, everyone talks about codes of ethics. Let's regulate a little bit AI. So let's see what this means on a, let's say, international scale. There are various organizations which deal with global regulations. One of them, which actually made a significant contributions to making AI more trustworthy, is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. This is an international organization which comprises of 38 member countries with high development index, which also have quite a huge portion of the global GDP, around 62%. It is a United Nations observer, so they're also quite looking into what is happening there in terms of AI regulation. And the other thing here is that it defines public policy for social, economic, and environmental challenges. The regulations that OECD is making, they're not mandatory for the governments, but they have substantial influence. So this will be coming, guys. This is how the recommendations are looking. I mean, we're not going to go through the entire slide, but the key values here are to make inclusive growth in AI, which is human-centered, which is transparent, which is robust, secure, safe, and which is also accountable. If you remember to the case when we discussed the US court system and the ML algorithm that they used, the problem there is that there is no one who can be held accountable for such a huge failure, right? So we want to have accountability on our systems. There are also some recommendations for policymakers, how this could be done. But this is also part of the codes of ethics of some large and well-known associations in computing and computer industry, such as the Association for Computing Machinery, well known as ACM. It has more than 100,000 members worldwide. So here, if you look into their codes of ethics, it says extraordinary care should be taken to identify and mitigate potential risk in machine learning systems. So this is serious. Like even the computer industry, which is working behind all of the solutions, is actually wants to achieve ML, which is responsible and trustworthy. Now let's look into what Bosch is doing. Bosch is among the first companies, global tech companies, which is defined codes of ethics for AI. And this actually not just an isolated thing that we're doing. Our motto is invented for life. All of our products and services that we're developing actually embody this idea that we have to give some value to the people. We want to make AI which is human-centered, safe, and also explainable, trustworthy in all of our products. But this is not just Bosch. All of many other companies, like the big players in the industry, are also pushing their efforts in this direction. It indeed has to be an industry-wide effort. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense, right? So we have to do this together to achieve a better ML algorithms. So guys, this is the problem when you change computers, right? So look at this into while respecting ethical norms. So we're returning back to the definition, right? Isn't it time to rethink the definition of machine learning? After all of this that we've been talking about, what are your thoughts, comments?
What is the main goal? To create a machine that is better from us, or to get closer to the grand architect? I don't know.
Opinions, we're still too far away from the second part that you mentioned, like achieving the state where the big target is. For now, my opinion is that we have to also put not only efforts on improving the performance metrics such as accuracy and others that are well known, we also want to respect ethical norms, right? So this should be somehow incorporated into the definition of machine learning itself, right? Because the efforts that we've been doing over the last 20, 30 years in machine learning were predominantly focused on learning from experience in such a way that you're just getting better at any cost, like without considering human lives. But now it's time to consider human lives as well. The reason why this is important also has a pragmatic side, because ethics and regulation are coming. And for all of you who are working with machine learning or think to implement machine learning at your companies and workplaces, think of how to prepare, because this will be an important discriminator to stay in competition. Oop. Questions, comments?
Who is getting better with the experience? Who's getting the experience? Who's getting the big part of the pie? Us, like specialists, and we're getting more knowledge by digging into the matter that we're exploring, or the AI that we're trying to learn the method that we're giving to work with?
I think that the reason why we're doing all of this so that everyone benefits. It's not, one guy takes it all situation. So my opinion is we have to rethink the whole approach in a very holistic manner. So that's why we want to introduce a little bit more explainability than in the past. And the reason for that is so that everyone has benefits out of all of this. Because many times we're interacting with systems that are inherently using ML, but we're not even aware of that. And in some cases, it can have negative consequences to what we're doing in our everyday lives.
Something that just haven't really thought much about it, but popped in my head during your presentation is that actually, how do we guarantee that the bias is in the ML and not in the humans? For example, with the case with credit cards, like you're comparing the machine versus the human, but we never, I would actually say that humans are always biased.
Exactly. This is why, and also part of the Bosch Code of Ethics is that the human is in the center of the systems. Like the ML solutions and products will help to help the human lives. So that's the first thing. On the more practical side, I could go back to the example with a credit card approval. So when you're in a bank setting and trying to work with ML algorithms, what you can actually do is for the rejected applicants or the approved ones, you can combine a machine performance with a human expertise. As I mentioned, there are certain cases where both the model and the human experts coincide. And this is quite clear because there is strong evidence that this is actually the right decision. However, there are some corner cases which are more or less in some kind of a gray area where you cannot be sure what needs to be done. In this case, maybe an expert or a panel of experts are taking the decision from the ML algorithm. They're sitting down to analyze it and then make informed decision how to proceed with this candidate. I think that there was a question over there. Yeah.
So speaking about regulations and ethical norms, I have a rather interesting question, which is more to ask about your opinion, because I'm not aware there is such a regulation. So we know that machine learning will be the reason in future to decrease FTEs in some positions, etc. Do you think that there will be a regulation to what extent machine learning and algorithms in AI would be used in order not to actually decrease full-time employments in any certain positions in companies?
That's a hard question to answer, but what I can say that part of these regulations are already taking place in the GDPR regulations. There is a right to informed decision from automated tools. This is, I would say, very broad, maybe not too detailed, but this will be, in my opinion, if you ask me, my opinion, that will be a point where the things will further develop in the regulation space. All right, so if there are no questions, thanks a lot. If I will be around, if any questions arise or you simply want to discuss, I would love to meet you during the lunch break or maybe this evening in the bar. Thanks a lot.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure, Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and find me, know me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle.
No problem. Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount.
Трябва да си придигне малко и успоредно на бюрото най-много, да се виждаш. Стой така ще стане.
Да, само интервю горе, просто да не преча на прожекцията.
Да, стоиш извън това, но някъде тук.
All right. Hi all. So first of all, thanks for having us. It's a real pleasure talking here, and I'm really glad you can join us for that talk. So in this one, we'll be looking at machine learning and comparing it to traditional classical computer vision methods to try to figure out how we can think about what choices to make when we're trying to find a solution to a project, for example. So this is us. Well, me and a colleague of mine that I'll be sharing the talk with. His name is Ivan Tsenov. He graduated in the US, in Tufts. Distinguished mathematician, being named the best mathematician in his uni at the time. And since then, he has undertaken a lot of graduate courses in mathematics, physics, and computer science, and has been working in the computer science industry for the past 3 to 4 years, and is now the head of our AI team at Antio. And that person over there is me. I am now just wrapping up a PhD in material science, where it was all to do with applying some computer vision methods in microscopy images, also extracting data through machine learning. And it was concerning how to actually apply methods to extract good data from bad images, bad microscopy images. So I'm wrapping up that now, and I am, as of recent, part of the ML team in Anthill as well. Where, yeah, I am, I guess, useful for my researching skills, for applying the state of the art, and so on. So, is everything okay? Is it not sharing well? Apologies, we must be having some streaming issues. Добре. So, sorry for that small interruption. So, a brief mention to the sponsors of this event. Thank you very much for making this possible. And so the main topic is computer vision today. And the main aim will be to go through some basics of computer vision, both in the traditional methods of applying it and in machine learning, and try to figure out what considerations we can have when we're presented with a project onto how to approach that project. And that comes from the experience that we had with our actually first project concerning computer vision, where we started thinking, okay, maybe it's not all machine learning still. Machine learning is big, but maybe there is still space for traditional methods, especially when time is short, when resources are short, and when the task is very contained. So first of all, what is computer vision? It is quite interdisciplinary. Everybody would use computer vision at some point, I guess. And in my definition, with a single sentence, that would be the attempt of making a program understand what it sees in an image and trying to extract useful data to complete a vision task. And that is most often done just to substitute the human in a visual task. And for the past 60, 70 years, that field existed. And for most of that time, it was clever mathematical computational methods that developed, and it was up to the computer vision expert to figure out what exactly to use in a certain task, and to apply his expertise to sort of make the computer vision algorithm understand what it's seeing. As of recent, as of maybe 2012, when AlexNet won the ImageNet contest, which is all to do with classifying a huge amount of images in the most accurate possible way, people realized that with the new hardware that we have, the new GPUs, and also the growth of data's availability, data structure, data's overall, it's now open source, it's free, and it's growing every day. The machine learning algorithms are now quite possible and quite powerful. So the point is now to answer this question, whether the machine learning has now surpassed classical methods to such an extent to make them obsolete, to make them kind of not really usable and not really worth keeping and not really worth just having that knowledge around and considering that knowledge. So first of all, a little bit about the classic approach. Quite simple, really. You have a certain amount of data that is enough to describe the task well enough. By no means do we ask for hundreds or thousands of images here, just enough images to kind of get an understanding of what is being asked of us. Then if that data needs some pre-processing, like maybe it's a bit noisy, we need to denoise it. Maybe the contrast is not good and we need to increase it. Maybe we need to crop the image, stuff like that, simple tasks. kind of shape the data the way we want it. And then we go to feature engineering, which is where we put our expertise, where we put our knowledge to the task. We try to understand the task and try to figure out what parts of the image are descriptive of that task. What kinds of features can we isolate from an image to help us extract data enough to solve the task and give, to analyze and give a certain conclusion from a single image, right? And now that has been over the years, kind of overtaken by machine learning. And here we would use machine learning and deep learning kind of interchangeably, although deep learning is really just a part of machine learning where it concerns itself only with neural networks, and I'll talk a little about that, but concerns itself only with deep neural networks, which are inspired by biological systems, and it has the aim of an end-to-end solution. So instead of going through all these steps as a computer vision expert of selecting features, understanding it, trying to adjust parameters and so on, this would kind of do that by itself. It will understand by itself what exactly needs to do to get a proper result from an image. So since we're talking about computer vision in general, we can talk about convolutional neural networks. So convolutional neural networks are layers of neurons that consists of kernels. They have kernels that would pass by an image and slide through it in order to get a response. And those kernels have weights associated to them. And how this approach gets good is by going through the data multiple times and trying to get the best result possible, and meanwhile adjusting the weights in it. Yeah, I think everybody is aware of that, but still. So yeah. So when we undertake a project and we want to decide how to approach it, whether we want to use machine learning or we want to stick to the more traditional methods, there are a few considerations that we need to take into account. And I've listed those here. Some of them are quite inherent. They are dependent on the task, like environmental conditions. For example, if we have objects, do these objects overlap sometimes? Are they clear? Do we expect external objects to interfere with us? Also, if we're taking an image, for example, outside, do we care about the weather? Is it day? Is it night? Is it cloudy? Is it sunny? And so on. So we have to take that into consideration. We also have some imaging conditions that are inherent to how we take the image. That is, the camera quality, is it noisy? Is it good contrast? Is it good resolution? And so on. We have the data availability, which is essentially, as we begin the project, how readily can we use data for machine learning if we want to go that route? Because some tasks have huge databases of data to use, and that is readily available, ready to use. But as the task gets more and more specific, that data gets more and more scarce. And we want to think about whether we can actually generate enough data for machine learning, or is that maybe a big bottleneck that we need to consider. Also, very important is domain knowledge. Deep learning, as it is an end-to-end solution, can kind of can surpass that. It can acquire its own domain knowledge through training. So an ML approach might be more suitable if we are not that sure we have enough domain knowledge to actually solve the problem like experts. And on the other tree, we have requirements by the user. That is enough precision. Maybe some applications require 80% accuracy rate, but some other ones may require 99.9% accuracy rate. So that is also to take into account. Regulations such as if we work in a insurance industry, for example, or medical industry, maybe there are regulations that actually stop us from black boxing our solution. But yeah, we'll talk about in detail of for all of these, so we'll mention that. And also hardware. Do we want to deploy something on the edge? Do we have any limitations on that, and so on and so forth? So first of all, about the environmental conditions. Essentially, we want to tell whether we have a lot of variation thanks to external factors. That is dependency on weather, including lighting, including small stuff like whether the objects we want to detect and analyze, are they actually, maybe they're reflective, for example. Maybe the color is very important for those, and we need to take the lighting into account. Also, objects that might interfere, maybe objects overlap and we need to detect both, and so on and so forth. And if our environment is clean, controlled, and stable, then maybe the best solution is to not go for machine learning. Maybe machine learning is an overkill in that sense. And here's a good example. If a client approaches us and wants to sort a bunch of boxes by color on the conveyor line in the factory, then the lighting is the same all the time. The objects are aligned, and all we want to do is just do a simple thresholding, stick to the old solutions, and not overkill it by training a machine learning model. So that is a way to sort colors simply by color thresholding without any issue. But if another client wants us to develop a model where we classify colors of cars and we take the images outside and we take the images at different angles, different lighting conditions, different reflections, different zooms as well, then maybe it's just better to train a network for that. So yeah, this is a good example of how environmental conditions can affect it. And yeah, so essentially, the more stability we have, the less need we have for machine learning. And the same story goes for the imaging conditions, such as do you have intensity variations in the image itself that are a little bit unpredictable? Maybe we have flickering between frames if we're analyzing a video. Maybe the video is a bit too noisy, and so on. And those are all issues that could make us lose our objects of interest if we want to detect them through classical computer vision methods. So I want to give a few examples of tasks that can be solved through classical methods and through their machine learning counterparts. So an example is we've promised somebody to count all the stars. Really a classic one. So instead of counting them, we would just download a picture from the Hubble telescope and try to detect all the stars. Easy. And since the stars are, quite bright compared to the rest of the sky, since the Hubble is a very good telescope, we don't really need to worry about much. We just apply a bunch of classic traditional computer vision methods. Here we could use, for example, thresholding methods, which are clever ways of making the image binary, zeros and ones, where ones would represent objects, zero would represent empty space, and go through that. Or the example I've given here is through gradient methods, where there are different ways of finding the transition of the image from black to white or black to bright that can detect blobs and in essence count the stars for us. And the thing is, computer vision over the past 50 years has developed a lot of clever ways to do those things, a lot of clever mathematical ways, and the algorithms are in general quite efficient, they're very optimized, and they are very established. Yeah, but what if that's not the case? What if our contrast is not a star compared to the black sky? What if we have noise that we cannot deal with properly without losing information? In such cases, we could employ a machine learning model. And here I want to give a bit of an example with UNet, one that is a staple of segmentation, which is a part of computer vision that deals with trying to understand different regions in the image and try to differentiate between them. So this is, again, a convolutional neural network, but with a bit of a twist. It takes some ideas from autoencoders, where it gets the initial input, and then it shrinks it, until you go into the so-called latent space, which is a much, much smaller representation of your image. And then you take that representation and you grow it back. And that is the idea behind a classic autoencoder, where you have an encoder that shrinks the image into latent space and a decoder that just gets it back into full size, essentially. Here, we have a bit of a twist on that, because each time we shrink the image, we let the other half of the network have a good idea of what's on the other side, have a good idea of what the input still is. So essentially, here, instead of learning how to take the small space and blow it up back into an image, it learns kind of what to add to the original image to get a good representation of the task, essentially. So it's what's called self-expression, where the data is still preserved, and this allows for amazing segmentations of images that can be useful in counting blobs or counting whatever objects in conditions that are not ideal. So here is the example that UNet was developed for. It is counting cells in microscopic images, and as you can see, the cells themselves are really bad contrast. You cannot really develop a classical, traditional computer vision algorithm to detect those and detect them faithfully. Not easy at all. So instead, we can use machine learning to kind of circumvent that problem and develop a more powerful solution. Good things about that: it deals with noise better, it deals with low contrast better, it can be a bit more precise as well, and it can also be extended to much more complex issues. Like, for example, if you want to segment a picture of a lake and a little town next to it, we can train the model so that it recognizes houses, recognizes the lake, and so on and so forth. So it can be extended to much more complex issues as well. So yeah, it deals with noise very well. It deals with all the limitations quite well. And then instead of choosing between one or the other, we could also just make a hybrid of the two. So let's say that we start with a detection of blobs from the classical methods, like the Gaussians that I showed you. And the Gaussians that I showed you are really susceptible to noise. They can see a flicker of noise and think, okay, that's a star. So what we can do is instead also get the probability map from UNet, essentially have a detection from the classical method, and then filter it out with machine learning approaches that are much more versed in dealing with noise, dealing with low contrast, and sort of empower the classical method through machine learning. The other way around, also very, very much possible. We could just use a unit to detect and then limit the contrast to a certain amount so that we also filter out noise that way. So the main takeaway here is we don't always need to decide between implementing something that is a well-known and established algorithm or training a machine learning model that contains risk and also contains some limitations concerning data and so on. We could do both. We could do a hybrid model that might end up being the best choice, because there are points where, many points where machine learning algorithms blew away classical methods, but there are still applications of classical methods that are not achieved by machine learning. So maybe being aware of everything and knowing that we can actually make hybrid models is the way to go sometimes. All right. So I think, in my experience at least, the main bottleneck behind applying machine learning to a task is the data. If you have enough data, if the data is good enough, as we know, the algorithm is only as good as the data set. If the data set is balanced enough and representative enough of all the tasks. Because if that is not the case, we might end up with a machine learning model that performs relatively well on the data we give it, but then we go to the real world and suddenly we escape that domain that we've given it, and it starts performing badly. And it's quite unpredictable. Also quite hard to fix, because most machine learning models are, black box that you cannot really interpret in order to find out why they've gone wrong. So yeah, to take that into consideration, first of all, a very nice situation is where we get a task that is quite well known, quite broad. For example, detection of faces. Yeah, huge data sets, openly available, very well structured. But once we get more and more specific, the data sets suddenly become scarce, and then we just need to figure out whether we can gather our own data or the machine learning is a no-go. We need to either be able to get data or just stick to classical computer vision problems or solutions. Yeah, and what the impact on the data is of the data is on the machine learning models is, first of all, in deep learning, scaling is a thing. So the broader the task that we're given, the bigger the model that we want, so that it can understand a platitude of different situations and deal well with them. But the bigger the model, the bigger the data set that we need. So there is this feedback loop where we need to be aware of how big our model should be, and then do we have enough data to feed that model? And if we don't, then we get situations where the model performs brilliantly on the test sets, on the training sets, performs very well on the things we give it, but then on things that it hasn't seen before, it fails completely, and that is what's called overfitting, and that is what you get when the model is too big for the data that you give it. Other impacts I've already mentioned. The quality is very important. The model can only be as good, as unbiased, as reliable as the dataset. If the dataset makes mistakes, so will the model, in the best case scenario as well. And yeah, so the model would need a lot of data, and we need to figure out whether we have that data. Whereas for that's quite a quick slide, because for traditional methods, we don't need data. We just need enough data to kind of get a good idea of the task and make sure that the algorithms that we make, that we feature engineer, are good enough, honestly. So if we don't have data, then the traditional methods are surely better. But then the thing is, we can use both of them. We can use both traditional approaches and machine learning approaches to try to deal with the data scarcity problem. There are methods of exploding the data set using certain things called augmentations that are part of classical computer vision. And here are some examples where you may have a cat, you may have a goat, but you don't have a cat and a goat on the same image. So maybe it's a good idea to mix those, and that way you produce more data, and you also make the algorithm more stable because now it is presented with new situations to deal with. Other augmentations include changing colors, shifting the image back and forth, cropping different images and putting them all together in different ways. So you can think of also rotating, cropping images. You can think of many, many simple manipulations so that you can begin with a few hundred images and expand the data set to a few thousand. And essentially that is an approach that I definitely recommend if you're training on small data sets, just making the algorithm more accurate and giving it a chance to make it a bit bigger as well. Also, other aspects are it can help with labeling of the data as well. And also, you can include some feature engineering steps in the process to kind of isolate the issue a bit better in the image. And that way you don't expand your data, but you shrink every data sample. And that is a good trade-off to have, because a shrunken sample means that you can shrink your model as well. So you can use all those methods to kind of adjust to a situation where data might become a problem. And more modern approaches to expanding your data are to do with machine learning again. And more precisely with generative adversarial networks, or GANs. And these are clever architectures that I'm just gonna introduce very, very shortly. But they consist of two parts: generator, or an actor, some call it, and a discriminator, or a critic, with the basic idea of the generator generating images and trying to make them close to the real samples that you feed the algorithm. While the discriminator takes both of those images and tries to distinguish between the fakes and the real ones. And in that way, both, even though the two separate algorithms clash together, they help each other train. As we can see here, the discriminator gains points by well, I don't want to go into math, but essentially gains points by realizing that a real image is actually a real image, and loses points if it thinks that the generated image is also a real one. So after training of such an architecture, we end up, most people, what they do is they just ditch everything and stick with the generator, sorry, and they end up with an algorithm that can create samples that mimic the original ones. And in just such a simple architecture, you could, with enough samples, train an algorithm that can expand massively the dataset with fake ones that are just good enough. And then we have a slightly more complex example here of how you could mix images of different labels with a slightly more complex architecture called the cycle GAN, where its aim is to go from one domain to another. For example, images of snowy landscapes to images of summery landscapes. And it does that by simply doubling this architecture and making it so the two architectures work together to cycle through the different domains. And that can be used, for example, to get a face of disgust and make it a happy face by cycling through the domains of disgusted faces and happy faces. So mixing the data in such a way can also expand it massively. And it's just good to be aware of such approaches whenever you encounter a data limitation in a project.
Sorry, I have a question here.
Please do.
How well can we train the algorithm saying that if we show him a strange facial expression of a person, it can say this person has angry eyes but a really surprised lower part of his face? Is it possible?
Yeah, so essentially why we're multiplying those images is to train such an algorithm that would, for example, recognize emotions, as you say. And yeah, you need to make sure that your generative algorithm that expands your data doesn't mix those up. Yeah, that is true. So as we said, the algorithm will only be as good as the data set. And if you're multiplying the data set by giving it crappy generated images, then it may not be that good. Yeah.
I was just trying to make it possible if angry eyes and have this
Okay, that's why I'm getting strange looks in the crowd. Okay. But yeah, it is an interesting thing to think about. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if the algorithm is good enough.
Multiple networks, one for the eyes, one for the networks.
Oh, that could become gnarly. Yeah, just mixing different people.
You do microsegmentation, identify the eyes with the different and the mouth, and after that you can apply different networks because you already identified the points.
Yeah, this is quite close to the classical computer vision methods actually with car classifiers that essentially you feature engineer the network to recognize what eyes are and then try to look for those eyes as key points in an image and classify faces that way.
I read one paper which classifies human faces by detecting different features using microsegmentation and with a neural network.
Mm-hmm.
And you can get the output of that with color pixel saying this is eyes, this is mouth. And after that you can process as a second with the gun network.
Awesome. Yeah, that is a great thing to say now, because what you're suggesting is a hybrid model again, essentially taking classical computer vision approaches of feature engineering and taking different features and then running those through a network. And that way you put your own expertise in the problem as well as putting the power of machine learning behind it as well.
You can build them in a single neural network. You just need to work out
Oh, so you don't segment them.
Additional layers as part of
we can talk about it, but maybe I misunderstood you a little bit. Yeah. Yeah, and okay, so now I'll hand things over to my colleague for the rest of the talk. So let's see.
I hope everyone can hear me and see me. Yeah, great, awesome. So I'm the guy on the left, and I would like to thank Matthew. Okay, sorry. Hello? Testing? Testing? 1, 2, check. 1, 2. Testing? 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 1, 2, check. Testing? Testing? What, 2? Check. Testing? Testing? Okay. Testing? Testing? 1, 2. Check. Testing? Oh, great. Awesome. Hi, everyone. I hope everyone can hear me now. So I would like to thank Matthew for his great introduction. I'm the guy on the left of the slide. I'm currently the head of AI at Anthill, and I would actually would like to take the time to contextualize a little bit about what we're doing. We are a relatively new business unit in Anthill. We're sort of a competency center for artificial intelligence, and we are starting to offer solutions and consultancy in AI. Our goal is to help bridge the distance between the science of AI and its actual applications, because there is sometimes gaps in what can actually be done and what is actually applied. So we would like to help unlock that part of the market of the AI market for our customers, and we actually take an approach where we take the state of the art, we try to understand it, and we try to tweak it or apply it on the specific use case for the client. We take sort of a mathematical, algorithmic level approach, so that we can actually tweak everything and not just have to rely on stuff like O2ML, which is something that's very prevalent in the industry. So I'm heading that business unit, and I would like to talk a little bit about meeting the user expectations and unlocking the business case of AI, specifically in computer vision. Where I'm actually going to be approaching this from several restrictions that we would actually have to tackle in the specific use case. And one of them is obviously accuracy. There's a lot of use cases that are made or broken based on the accuracy that the ML can actually achieve. For example, if you have a quality assurance pipeline that's completely human driven thus far, and you'd like to automate it, depending on the level of quality you would need, you might need 80% accuracy on that machine learning model, or 99.9% accuracy on that machine learning model, or computer vision, traditional computer vision model. So the trade-off would be, if you'd actually like to remove people from the conveyor line and automate that, then the accuracy might have to be more. But if you have a person who's actually in the loop and checking the equipment that's coming out, then you can have a tool that assists the person, and that tool might not need to be as accurate, and you can actually do stuff with even 70 or 80%, just because it takes that little bit of edge off of the person's job or difficulty. So that way you can actually increase the productivity of the workers without needing to automate the process altogether. And there's a big difference in the accuracy that's achieved by machine learning models and by traditional computer vision models. Obviously that's based on all the stuff that Matthew talked about, which is how much data we have. For example, if we're trying to say tell if this is a cat on the left, then the model cannot almost ever give you 100% reason to believe that this is a cat. It can actually give you several different suggestions with different percentages. So this is 82% a cat, 15% dog, 2% hat, and 1% mug. Which is, obviously, if this is mission critical that you have to know if this is a mug or not, then maybe that's not the perfect place to put your ML algorithm. But you can see that if you take the top result, it actually is correct. And this is actually makes a lot of sense, because there's actually a lot of I don't have good examples in this presentation, but there's a lot of kind of messed up images where a human cannot tell if this is a cat or a dog either. And you actually discussed in the case of emotion recognition, if the eyes are angry but the mouth is happy, what does this mean, and how do we deal with these cases? If this is mission critical, you have to sort of know how to deal with these edge cases. Just taking the number one result might not be the best. And in traditional computer vision, you have a lot more accuracy, but a lot more false negatives. So you can see on the right, you have this Coca-Cola can detector. It is actually just trying to find the logo of Coca-Cola, and obviously, it can be turned in different ways. It can be resized in different ways, and the computer vision, the traditional computer vision, can actually deal with all of that. So if it detects a Coke can there, it's very likely that this is a Coke can. So in cases such as license plate detection, where you would like to detect the license plate and read the number to actually assist the person who's checking your car at the parking lot, for example, and just automatically register that plate, you can be very sure that if that plate is registered, it's probably correct, because the numbers are very regular, and the letters are very regular, and it's very unlikely that it's going to write something that's wrong. It's more likely that it's not going to detect the plate at all than to give you a result that's wrong. And to illustrate this, here is again the same case. On the left, we have the deep learning computer vision, and on the right, we have traditional computer vision. So on the left, you can see that you can have true positives, false negatives, false positives, and true negatives. So saying, okay, this is a cat, but it's not a cat. And this is a dog, but it's not a dog. And there is issues that can only arise in the ML case. On the right, you have computer vision where it's actually detecting one of the Coke logos, but it's not detecting the second one. The reason for that is that the second one is behind the bottle, and that causes distortion, which it obviously cannot detect in the proper way. It creates flashes, it creates different distances in the logo, so it's bad at detecting it. So it's actually giving a false negative. It's saying that there is no logo where there is. But it's very unlikely that it's going to give a false positive, which is, it's not going to detect that, heating system on the right and say that's a Coke can. It's very unlikely that's going to happen. So this is one of the things that you have to consider is how important are that you always detect the thing, versus if you detect it, you're absolutely sure that it's the correct thing. So this is one of the So the question is, how mission critical is accuracy really in your application? That's another consideration coming with how much data you have and everything else. The second use case restriction that often comes from clients is regulations. So we actually have a big case right now in insurance, and we're coming up with this against this brick wall, which is, okay, we cannot give you the client cannot give us the data, or there's a bunch of hurdles they must go through before giving us the data, or we have to migrate in another country and work there to have access to the data. To mitigate or work around this, there are several ways, and everything is again very dependent on the use case. One case is data obfuscation. So when it comes to, I'm sure I'm talking to a lot of people who know a lot about how to handle data. In Bulgaria, we have a saying: "Do not explain cucumbers to the cucumber guys." But just for maybe the people who are not that invested in data obfuscation is basically hiding the critical parts of the data while preserving the structure of the data. So in this case, we have illustrated here. You have this database of people's names and social security numbers, and it turns out you cannot give your testing team or your subcontractors the social security numbers of your clients. That turns out to be a problem. So in that case, data obfuscation would be giving the social security numbers and having them be consistent. So for the same person is the same fake social security number, but it is fake. So it has no real world meaning, but it is connected to the person, which means that the AI can actually extract the meaningful information. The AI doesn't really care what it's seeing. It actually cares about the connections between what it's seeing. So if it's seeing John Smith and seeing a fake 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9, the number you're the fake number that your Dave gave you, everything like that, as long as it's consistent with that person, you can actually use that, and the AI can use that as valuable information. And that's data obfuscation. The other way to deal with this is do feature engineering on a completely black box data set. This is a lot more useful when you have data scientists on the client's team as well, because it would actually mean that they would actually have to go in and turn the faucets on for the model. And what you do is you work with the metadata for the model and you try to black box build it. Obviously, it's not going to be as perfect, and there's going to be communication issues between your team and your data scientist team. But that way, you're actually you're not even working with obfuscated data that can be actually, it's a tricky thing, obfuscated data, because in some cases it can be deciphered. You're hiding, for example, in insurance, you're hiding town names. An accident happened to Michael Jordan on New York, and you would actually want to say in the obfuscated data set, it actually says it happened to John Smith in New Orleans, but then you say it happened right next to the Statue of Liberty. And then, okay, we didn't obfuscate that, so the people can actually go in and see the data and say, okay, I think this is New York. So every time we see New Jersey, it's actually going to be New York. And it's not very likely that stuff like that will actually happen, but it can happen. So the best protective way to deal with data is to actually completely shelter it from the data science team and work directly with the metadata. So you tune the hyperparameters, for example, and you build the model, but then the model trains on your client's servers with their data, and you actually never see the data itself. You can ask them, additional information about the data, but the data is actually never actually shared. Yeah. So this is about regulations. And then finally, actually, that's not completely finally, but hardware is another big consideration. Obviously, if you can do stuff in the cloud, that can actually save a lot of cost, but sometimes it's actually, if you have idle servers, the client might want to use their idle servers instead of paying for a cloud solution. And obviously, you have on the edge solutions, you have browser solutions as well, and you have to be very, very careful when you communicate that kind of stuff, so that you don't miss the client expectations. We recently worked on a case where the client wanted everything to happen in the browser. That means, okay, stuff is going to have to. They don't want to install anything on their client, on their on their workstations. They actually just want to have a server, and everything that happens on the workstation needs to happen in the browser, which means that everything needs to be compiled into WebAssembly, which is it's an issue. It's not great, but it can happen. And you have IoT solutions as well, where you actually have very limited capacity on that device, and you have to either scale down the model or communicate all the time with a server-side solution, which might also not be perfect because of stuff like latency. So machine learning solutions are obviously, because you have a model that's in memory, they're a bit more RAM consuming, but traditional computation models can actually be very computationally consuming. So you have to sort of see which works best. So if if your internet connection is not the issue, and you can send all the images of the stream of the images, for example, from the camera to the server, maybe it's a great idea to do everything on the server. If you don't, then you have to work on the workstation itself, and then do they want to install stuff? Do they not want to install stuff? What are the specifications of the workstation itself, etc. And that actually comes to my final point, which is having to either work with a framework that the client chooses, or having to select a framework based on those prior restrictions. So we had the case where we wanted to do everything in the browser, so everything had to be compiled to WebAssembly. They wanted to work with OpenCV.js, which we actually built both solutions. We built the server-side solutions, and we started building web solutions. We tested everything, all the algorithms in the backside, and then we plugged them in on the web to see if they're actually working well. It turns out that the OpenCV.js compilation and the project itself is several years, I think, behind the OpenCV, the traditional OpenCV that's in Python, for example. So we actually got worse results for the same code in JavaScript. So we had to come back, discuss accuracy again. How important is it that we're accurate? How much can we squeeze out of sending images back to the server? Can we scale down the images? How much would that impact performance, etc.? So that's a lot of the considerations people have to make. Obviously, you have stuff like Azure machine learning and TensorFlow Lite that are a lot more capable of making IoT solutions also for the edge devices. So these are all things that we have to take into account when it comes to user expectations. And I would actually very much like to thank first Matthew for presenting the first half of this presentation. I found it very interesting, and also I would very much like to thank Michael for inviting us here. Michael is our CTO at Anthill, and he's actually very mission critical to what we're doing. So we're very happy to be here, and we're very happy to be talking to you guys. I'm very it's very unfortunate that I can't see you the way you can see me, but I would actually be very happy to answer any questions about anything, either Matthew's side or mine. Yeah, thank you very much for letting me present. And if there are any questions, you can just write them here to me, or you can discuss them in person. Mhm. Yeah, great. That's a great question. Value wrote me the question, so I'm going to repeat it. The question is, for some frameworks, why would we get worse results? And the reason for that is the maintainers of the framework itself. In our case, for OpenCV.js, it's a, let's say, it's a project that's the JS implementation is a project that's a separate branch from the original implementation. So we just saw that it's very possible. I think that's what we agreed is probably happening, is that the functions the actual API is the same, but the functions in the Python framework have been made better, and then the JavaScript functions are just lagged behind and haven't been maintained properly. The Python implementations haven't been switched over, so that's why Python was better. But there's also a lot of other considerations when it comes to, for example, if you work on the edge, you can use TensorFlow Lite, which is a lighter version, literally, of TensorFlow, which tries to truncate data from 32 bits to 16, for example. They do a lot of other optimizations as well. But that's the clearest one, is that your model is working with 16-bit integers or floating numbers rather than doubles, 32. So the performance is going to suffer a bit if you use TensorFlow Lite, but it's a trade-off for twice less memory and a lot less computation. So you have to consider everything when it comes to frameworks. For OpenCV JS, we also considered. We had some suggestions of writing a Python program and then completely reassembling it in WebAssembly. But I put my foot down there, and I decided against it because I've worked with compiling to WebAssembly, and stuff just breaks down. If there's one function that's just something hasn't been implemented yet for the compiler, then the whole thing breaks down, and you've wasted a lot of time, and that can happen at any point. So yeah, I hope that answers the question. Yep. Thank you. Thank you for the question. Thank you, Valu, and bye, guys. Thank you for having me.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to my lecture. Today, we'll speak about the last mile IoT. Are someone is know what's meaning last mile IoT? Do you know? Why?
I'm not familiar with it.
We'll speak today about some challenges, how classical Web to IoT business can join the disrupting new Web3 technologies. This means decentralized technologies. And what is the advantages of these decentralized technologies? What will bring to our IoT world? What problems can be resolved? At all, is this helpful or not? This is not a fashion trend. This some necessary thing who will be happened with us or without us. This is a normal life cycle of the world. The world is reborning with this kind of technologies. But the last mile, far away when I was in the ISP business, it means to deliver the service on the last mile. This means to the people who is isolated from the regular world. Is this true or not? But every time we're trying to deliver the service to the unserviceable regions, this means a lot. Why this means a lot, by the way? In this case, separately, this means my good sentence, who is not fast is a food. This is a Chinese sentence. This means we need to adapt faster to adopt this technology. Otherwise, our competitors we will be food for them. Obviously, this is more legit for the startup companies. Like my company. I'm speaking about my experience in this area. Who am I? I'm a Kalin Kamenov, engineer, technical geek, more than 20 plus years in the software industry and hardware industry, of course. Polyglot coder. I go over the whole platforms and languages and technologies during the years. I'm speaking on the events about the decentralized technologies, about the blockchain, about the DAO structures, about the DeFi, especially my project, my private company, Navigato, is involved in this area. We won a lot of awards during the years. This is a startup company which is involved for the charging infrastructures for electric vehicles. It's long, short history. Started from 2 mobile applications with the beacons on the charging stations, then transforms to software as a service. And I'm also nerdy DevOps, DevSecOps engineer and providing the paradigm of the NoOps philosophy in this area. It's also related with blockchain technologies. First, thanks to Michael to invite me to be a lecturer in this awesome conference. Thanks to our sponsors, Microsoft, Anhill, Bosch, Coca-Cola, Stripes, EPAM, and Sofia Tech Park. Let's start with our journey. This is a good sentence from one smart man in blockchain ecosystem. Downstream of these technology investments are the combinational benefits that come when you are not implementing them entirely separately, but as a part of larger strategy. This is how we upgrade to Web 3.0. What this means? This means a lot. This means we cannot expect when we start to use to migrate our traditional Web 2.0 IoT solution to Web 3.0, we cannot expect immediately faster return of our business, faster improvements. Every migration, every jump to the new technology have a lot of risks, a lot of underwater stones, and this means we should have a larger long-time strategy how to transform our model, decentralized ecosystem model ruled by DAO organization. Agenda will be short. Who we are and what we're doing, especially Navigato company. I will put 4 steps how to migrate from traditional web centralized 2.0 approach to decentralized web 3.0. I will give a few short examples about how NFT can be used in the automotive and how they now is on the test phase and using now the larger company like BMW, like Daimler-Benz. And at the end of the presentation, we explain what we achieved as a company and how this solution works and how we won this prize in Malta blockchain and IoT AI exhibition in 2019. Navigato is a company, startup weekend winner. We won startup weekend mobile 2015 here in Sofia. After that, we achieved a lot of prizes, but it's not good to mention of all about prizes. It's a long history. 2017, we started using blockchain. Especially, I'm a part of IOTA Evangelist Network or IOTA Admission and IOTA Admission Board for this part of Europe continent. Personally, Dominic Shaner was attend my stand in the Paris in 2017 on autonomy exhibition. I had a lot of meetings working head-to-head with Alex and Jorrent's brothers, and that's the only beginning for our journey. And this related with our first solution on the Web 3.0 ecosystem. Now, the platform is like a universal interface for distributed IoT services. We're offering this kind of solution. We're offering the white labeling. We're offering the software as a service. It depends from the client's requirement sheet. Also, we are like a consulting agency. We're doing a lot of consultants for the companies which decided to move into decentralized space, and some small parts of their businesses, small, big parts, and etc. What is the challenge? The use of Internet of Things devices in businesses is huge. It's growing extremely. to the end of 2025 here is expecting more than 27 billion connections. This is an insane volume and growing. I also have some forecast for 2030, but I'm scared about this and decide to don't present now. It's for myself personally, this is hypothetical because I have a predictions from the last 2 years. It's not much the current picture. And for that reason, I prefer to be not so like a predictional agent for this kind of forecasts. Where is the main problem? Where is the main problem? How that kind of Web 2 platforms, I mean industrial IoT, the trivial IoT platforms, they are the centralized system. They are managed by a big organization. That means what that means? You pay for the device, you pay for the connection, you pay to use this kind of services, but at the end you don't own your own data. As David said, one of the IOTA founders, data is a new oil before 5 years ago. And this is true. If I be honest, IOTA is go a little bit outside from the initial idea, but this is a normal. They now have a different targeting. But from the beginning, they plan to be the big tank for the data, decentralized tank. And especially for me, we're still struggling in this area with one Dutch company. It's a Tanglehub company, Dennis. And soon we will announce their solution, but it still not work. A typical Web3 based application offer two major promises to the owners, to the data owners. Their private ownership of their data and decentralization. Definitely, I think everyone in this always know what is the blockchain and what the blockchain is offering. It's one big distributed database, decentralized database. By running application on this ecosystem, we need to keep in mind some key moments, and especially in this lecture, I will explain shortly how to decide are you need to go and should to go in this or avoid to make a general mistake and to burn a lot of money and time and maybe fail the company at the end. It's one of my favorite pictures on the internet. This is how looks the centralized power grid, and this for yesterday and tomorrow, how you look the clean local power grid. Of course, please. But you should pay the penalty.
Oh, how much?
1,000.
Okay. Well,
Turkish lira. No problem.
Okay.
Web3 is representing the next generation of the internet. Because we'll shift the power from the centralized giants to the individual users. That's the main idea. Maybe I will repeat this sentence a few times during the lecture, but this is so trivial, but so important for myself. I'm not only. The blockchain we know is born from the Bitcoin. This is trivial, but in essence, it's a shared database. The data information is stored has combined characteristic decentralization, immutability, transparency, and security. This is the most key factor for the IoT. We know a lot of examples how painful maybe will be your solution when it's not very secure and you decide to go fast rollout to the market, and after that it's a very pain. Believe me, I played this game maybe 2 times in my life, but this personally I accept like a big lessons and trying to avoid to repeat. On the next slide, I will show a quick comparison between Web3 and IoT. I will try to not clarify some things. At the end, when I share the presentation, you can check and make this comparison in your mind and see. Of course, it's a trivial slide, but it's important to know where we are. And by the way, what is this comparison table. Let's start our journey. When you start to transform your traditional Web 2.0 IoT solution, you should understand the key characteristics of Web3-based IoT applications. As I mentioned earlier, conventional Web 2.0 is centralized but owned by big organization, small organization, to serve to specific business goals. That's the truth. Organizations have a full control of these IoT platforms and solutions. The data which is collected from these IoT devices is governed by the organization. Web3-based IoT solutions and applications is mainly characterized with the customer-owned IoT application and data. This means this project can be community-driven. This project may be token incentivized machine activities. Machine-to-machine economy is in decentralized world offers a lot of options for us to achieve the specific goals and to make a real, true DAO organization and self-governed ecosystem. In the Web3, each smart device, each participant in the network will have their own wallet, for example. Maybe sometimes, depends on the purposes, on not of the blockchain ecosystem. I will explain later what I mean node. Moreover, in the entire IoT infrastructure, it's operated by community members in a decentralized manner, which stakeholder will be compensated for the providing utilities such as connectivity, storage, such as computation, such as some kind of different offerings. This also can be tokenized and incentivized. And you should define at the beginning your tokenomics model and what you want to achieve with this transformation. Second step, you should adapt to Web3-based IoT business models. What I mean, what kind of solution this will be. Most Web2-based IoT businesses attract the customers by building the smart devices, services, smart features and functionalities, as well as conducting the marketing campaigns, maybe some different kind of other services. Emerging Web3 technologies such as DeFi, such as NFT, such as DAO, provide additional powerful resources for developing new IoT business models. Depending on the nature of your previous Web 2 model, we should adapt maybe the NFT model, maybe this NFT will represent your IoT device and grant the specific rights of the part of the software. Maybe will be represent some uniqueness of this device, maybe represent some license for the such component, some patent of this. This can be NFTized and can be used and validated on this platform. This is one approach. Last but not least, the organization could allow customers to form the DAO, to owning a machine and deciding shall be used on consensus-based governance model. What this means? Your organization should allow your users to make their own DAO governance. This is a key point. Machine-to-machine economy model can be very different for each node, for each part of your organization. Trying out Web3-oriented digital transformation. At first, you should define the customer engagement approach. In the first phase, you should choose, as I mentioned, what kind of model you will adopt, what kind of solution you should build, what will be legit for you, what kind of governance, and all that business logic, how to be put it in the dApp, and this dApp can be deployed in the blockchain and iterating with your current solution. Second phase, you should start to conduct an initial hybrid integration between your current solution and your new solution. After a successful integration, you should evaluate the new business model of your platform. If this model works, where is the weak points? Where is the gaps? What you should improve for the future? What features is unnecessary? What new features you can integrate? This sometimes like a blue-green deployments in the software lifecycle. For the separate user groups, from my practice, you can provide some kind of new Web 3.0 services to the separate users and receive their feedback and their remarks. It's very important. And at the end is the most crucial point of your journey to decide, is this have a sense or not? Because maybe if you have, for example, $500,000 to broke and to try to iterate with the new technologies and to play the game and to spend this money, to burn this money, okay. But if this transformation is not bring a value, for me personally, don't have a sense for this. Don't make it. I don't know the English phrase, maybe someone can help me from the... Ако го правите за спортна злоба, е окей. Ако искате да си изгорите парите, Yeah. At the end, Web 3.0 have a great potential to reshape the IoT business. By enabling the people to own their own data, to decide how to use this data, to make a money, to make a profit, to make a self-governed models, and what you want. Your data is your data, it's not their data. Because now what happens? Instagram, for example, sells your data. Apple sells your data.
So you're basically saying every time that we're taking selfie, they're selling everything. That's their camera.
It's a business. Selling.
So actually, by clicking by few non-paid clicks, you're giving them money.
From where you know this is an unpaid click?
No.
It's
paid from others, but not from us.
Mhm.
We're paying because we're paying bills. You have to charge it. You have to pay the connection.
Of course, electricity.
Yeah, electricity.
Internet connectivity.
Yeah, I'm saying that the same things. New phone, new device.
Of course, in Web 3.0 model, you will pay for the connectivity, for the electricity, but the main asset in this case is your own data. This is the private data. And you should decide to whom this data give it. Maybe for free, maybe for money.
It depends on the model.
So I can understand how a piece of code can be persistent to your. I can understand kind of how a piece of art or a personal information or picture or something can be persistent in Web 3.0. But stream data, is it efficient enough? How it can be consumed? If it has to be persistent in a blockchain, like the traditional way,
It's not the traditional way.
A lot of machine power to compute the next block.
If you use the blockchain 2.0, like Ethereum, like this kind of networks. But especially I'm speaking about the IoT blockchains. You know, are you familiar with IoT ideology? This is a blockchain 3.0 generation based on DAG, digital acyclic graphs. And what this means with the, correct me if I'm wrong, with the Monte Carlo algorithm, when you go to make a transaction, you should approve two randomly transactions from the Tangle network. This is not energy consuming. This especially is made for the IoT, for the low power devices. It's not depends from the energy. For that I'm speaking, because all of us is now how much power is needed to mine the block, to validate the transaction. I'm a technology evangelist from the next generation for the low power decentralized networks. Because the Tangle is the first of this kind of networks. Tangle is offered a lot of options, a lot of opportunities. At the end, I will explain how this device works and how Navigato makes the offline transactions, decentralized transactions, especially on Tangle.
So I guess my question is
Mm-hmm.
to a little disclaimer, I'm not proficient.
No. It's a very good question, but in this case, I mean, your data is on your device.
Yeah.
And you are the unique owner for this device.
Yeah.
You will decide to whom you can give your key to read, to decode this data.
Right. My question is, in this business model, what will provide the incentive and how would be the data from devices stored?
The data?
how it will be stored, where it will be stored.
The data, especially in our solution, is stored in the Tangle. Tangle is the like a big decentralized database.
Decentralized in the sense that multiple
nodes, multiple devices, yes.
Use
Yes.
incentive for calculating the next head of the chain. So that
As I explained, if you want, IOTA is the first network which offers the zero-fee transaction. You have a zero-fee transactions. You can make a transaction for free and store your data in the Tangle.
So everybody knows there is nothing for free. So
It's for free, but only the cost of electricity on the computer power.
in Web 2, your data, you are the price. I mean, your data is the price for consuming the service. What will be the price in Web 3 for IoT data?
Can be zero.
That's not possible.
It's possible. Can be zero.
No reasonable business can be.
Yes, no sense at the beginning, but this infant, this newborn child, it's a two-row area. From my point of view, this is a greenfield. We are still struggling to define the perfect model, the perfect. What I mean, I think the perfect model will be not invented maybe next decade, next 5 years. The first steps, but now have a companies which integrate the Web3. It's big companies, but this only the good working POCs now. They are in touch. What I mean, car as a wallet. Jaguar Land Rover make their first prototype for car as a wallet. What this means, your car is like a wallet on the wheels. The new cars is a laptop on the wheels, like a Tesla, like a Mercedes-Benz EQS, like a whole, not electric, hybrid cars. Now the problem is when you go to charge, why you need to use, for example, your digital wallet? Why you need to use RFID card? Who owns this RFID card? Maybe this card will be his. The car.
It's just the token of identity.
The car is a unique part here. Car is dealing in this machine-to-machine IoT economy with each separate unit for the certain price. At the end, the car data is owned by car. I know this car is paid here, but only the one owner. If I decide, it's no, my car is paid here. The car is automatically paying the parking, toll taxes, and also I have a POC in Turkey for the toll taxes with Erdem Holding in the past. This means Web 3.0, machine-to-machine economy. Especially, this is the beginning from my point of view. Because I'm struggling the last 5 years to dig in these peep sheets and see where is this have a sense or not. But I'm a nerd, especially, and this is my second passion. I will give you a few examples from the last months of the NFT in the automotive, because this is especially interesting for me. The first one is the future of the vehicle ownership. This means the paper documents will be in the history. This innovation concept now is in the process of adopting for the few big companies. They NFTing the VIN numbers of the cars and providing to the separate. Especially, I know from one POC for the European Union blockchain program, they now trying to move in this direction. Also, the recording vehicle data, what this means, the service of your vehicle, the ownership history, and something like this. This all data will be minted and NFTs in the future. I know 3 POCs of this, especially for these projects.
If you're like a company like BMW or Mercedes, for example, and you're owning even the last square inch of paint on this car, how does this transformation will be possible to leave all this information to the owner of the car? So, for example, I'm buying the last S model Mercedes, and how this data will be mined? How will I hold it? Who will let me to hold it?
This not really will be your data. This is the car data. The car is on the data.
We're separating the life of the car as a separate living thing. But digital person. Digital. Not human digital.
I don't think it's like a person, but it's like a collection of information that may have a price. So the owner or the commander of that.
Yeah, the commander, because you're no longer owner of something.
Of interesting things may change. The car is keeping the company.
This will be the trusted data.
So
data.
So maybe not the company won't be the Mercedes, but new company with this concept in the head of the controllers of this company will let these things going.
These things will be useful for the whole companies, but we are speaking here for the trust and immutability. Every time when this record is pre-mined and updated, this cannot be changed
anymore. So
no, cannot be changed. The history, backward history.
So never changing the kilometers of the vehicle.
Of course.
Changing the brake systems.
If you have some accidents, for example, some crashes, which kind of data will you change? This all that will be digitalized with the NFT way and cannot be reverted.
Does this mean that new kind of really secure memories on the market will appear? For example, chips and disks.
Yes, but do you know about the traditional NFT, for example, the painting?
I don't understand anything from blockchain world. I'm here to learn things.
Maybe for you especially, I'm speaking in like Hindi language.
Yeah, it sounds
a little bit Urdu. Okay. After the lecture, I will explain more detail for you, especially because you are my big friend. And okay.
Thank you.
Well.
What if in the history there is a mistake? Somehow there is a mistake. For example, with a car, something happened and the kilometers are not
real.
Not real. Yeah. What will happen? So
you mean someone is decide to put the fake data?
Corrupted data inside.
Maybe it's a faulty sensor.
Yeah, or something.
I think this can be corrected and trusted from the trusted person who can check and validate this. In the record, for example, he can correct and mint again and make a trustable data.
That fails the whole system.
Of course, you are right.
At any moment, somebody can be trusted. Even now, the trusted person is the company which owns the services that have access to the data.
Here we have a mistake in the mindset.
Especially for Sony PlayStation, are made by interns.
Well, the human is always the weak.
So we're not hacking the ATM.
Have a human, have a problem. Don't have a human, have a problem. But this immutability maybe will be broken from the humans in the future, but let's see. But now we're speaking about
Humans are the problem.
yeah.
Always.
Есть человек, есть проблем. Нет человек, нет проблем. This is the root of the phrase. And at the end, the best funny way for brand promoting in the metaverse, this most fashionable world, luxury metaverse, luxury brand, Alfa Romeo, Lamborghini, Lambo to the moon, and all that companies is generated their own minted NFTs, but it's a unique and proven because they especially minted like in their centralized mindset and selling to the people. But this is a funny part. What we did in the past, from our ISP mindset to deliver the service on the last mile, especially we have a few cases in the Navigator history when the people want to charge their vehicles in the separate, in our case, mountain objects. They have enough electricity to put a station, but they don't have internet, they don't have a phone coverage, they don't have an option to make a payment except the old traditional RFID way. This is a POC project, but working POC. I apologize, but last night after the iOS 16 update, I cannot compile the version of the wallet to demonstrate the controller how it's iterating with the wallet. But I have enough videos on the YouTube how our system works. And before a few years, we decided to make this try to build the offline blockchain wallet based on IOTA network. And it's happened.
What's the IOTA network? What is the IOTA network?
Tangle.
IOTA network?
IOTA.
Yeah, what is it?
3.0 generation blockchain DAG-based ecosystem.
Okay.
Crypto.
Crypto.
If we speak about blockchain, the first generation is provided to be a Bitcoin because it's the first. Bitcoin don't have a smart contracts. Bitcoin don't have a enough like a distributed computing. The second generation is Ethereum-based systems. You have a miners, you have a electricity, you have a smart contracts. You can build your own DAO system. You can make tokens. You can make coins.
That's right?
That's all that is from the second generation from Ethereum is the Web3. Yeah, but the blockchain is born from 1.0 Bitcoin. Yeah, like technology. And the third generation is the IOTA because it's the powerless. You don't need a miners. You don't have a bottleneck to make a transaction. What this means, if you increase the number of transactions, you increase the power of the network. Because as I explained to you, when you start to make a transaction on the Tangle, you should validate 2 random transactions on the network. This is the cost. And the first network, which allows the zero fee transaction on the Tangle, on their blockchain. Here we combine few software tricks and we run, of course, the node of this device, offline node. And another game is in the mobile application, and that's happened. For that reason, we won the IoT of the year 2019, blockchain and AI on Malta in 2019 year.
So how do you consolidate the conflicts, if there are any?
Have approach, but this long discussion. if you are interested, I can explain the whole technology. It's not a secret. It's not a secret know-how, but it's a time-consuming, maybe around 1.5 to 2 hours to explain how we're making. Also, I can demonstrate live how this works.
I guess because it's a physical object somewhere,
Mhm.
it is not conflict, right? All the data generated and
Yes, have a
attached to
tricks,
this physical object
have a
can be-
tricks with the nodes, with the validators.
even if it's offline. I mean,
Yeah. It's a. I will give you a hint. It's not only only one approach. It's have some kind of free approaches to make these offline transactions to be happen, and this is possible. And now it's not only for IOTA. It have a lot of newborn IoT blockchain offerings. Yeah, this is in the past. It's a history, but this dynamic ecosystem is growing extremely fast. And these are my takeaways. My website is, of course, a little bit outdated, but at the end of this month will be updated. My Twitter profile, LinkedIn, Telegram, email, and GitHub profile. Upcoming events, GS Talks, October 8th. Oh, this is a data Saturday. Sorry, Michael. Sorry. It's so small. And November 11 to 12 is the GS Talks. Also, upcoming event from our neighbors, Istanbul Blockchain Week, will be very good event. We will attend and hope to have a slot to explain for our new NFT project. It's an so 50% IoT related, but we are invited and I hope to have a slot to explain. And again, thanks to our sponsors, Microsoft, Handheld, Bosch, Coca-Cola, Stripe, Sepam, and Sofia Tech Park. Thank you. If you have additional questions, I'm open to answer.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution. You're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch.io in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
IoT Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy that you are at this session. We will talk about IoT Edge and intelligent edge solutions based on Microsoft Azure IoT Edge platform. What exactly means this? We will clarify and we can have discussion because it is not just IoT component. It is not just part of IoT stack. It is stack for edge computing. And now I will try to explain a little more details about what exactly we will discuss. We will discuss the main specifics and general architecture of Azure IoT Edge platform. We will see how to implement in depth some solutions. That means there are some specifics related to how to develop models, what is important, where are more specific moments in deployment and what is mandatory to know. And we will have some use cases and hopefully we will have also some demos. So I will not spend much time about myself, but I can say that I work on IoT solutions nearly 10 years. Actually, I like this domain, mostly on Microsoft Azure, but not only. And I'm quite interested in any technology. I appreciate any kind of stack, but here the focus is Azure. Just I have experience with Microsoft Azure from the beginning, probably 2008 or 2009, and at least hope there will be interesting to share some experience related to my work, my projects, and my research. Special thanks to our partners. We have these partners to support our event, especially Microsoft, Coca-Cola Company, Bosch, Iron Hill, Stripes, and EPAM, and of course, the team of Sofia Tech Park. Sofia Tech Park also support our event, and we are really happy to work together. Let's see about some general things. You know that now everything which is kind of device and it is connected can be considered like IoT. How much is IoT and what exactly is IoT? It is slightly different topic. We will not go exactly in this topic, but nowadays we need to have more than 70 billion connected devices. Business domains where we have connected devices covers almost everything, from standard solutions which you can imagine, like manufacturing and automotive, to areas where probably most of people even do not consider that we can use IoT. I can provide examples. For example, insurance and fintech stay one of also biggest domains. Almost all insurance companies now consider to use different devices and collect information to manage the risk of clients regarding to casualties and some potential cost when there are accidents. So it is something which is applicable for almost everything related to human behavior, machines behavior, automotive industry, aerospace, and similar things. What is exactly IoT Edge? How you understand IoT Edge? It is a quite general schema, so I will not go so much into details, but IoT Edge is related to edge functionalities around IoT, but on site where we have devices. We need to have processing, data processing, and other computing related functionalities, which are exactly on the edge. It is also something which is difficult to be specified. That's the reason usually to consider that first example for edge computing is CDN. Yes, probably you will have some notes here why CDN it delivers static content, but in general, it is kind of edge computing because you have network from different servers till you have the closest one to your location. And you are able, in such case, to deliver static content pretty fast with very good performance. It is probably far from the modern understanding what is edge, but just historically. We have several stages. You know that many years ago, I was young, probably some of you were small children. We had very popular peer-to-peer systems, different for entertainment, for communication, for different purposes. Peer-to-peer solutions are also related to edge computing, of course, because it is something which works in many places, but where we have end users. After that, world really dramatically changed when Amazon announced their first public cloud in 2006. Cloud computing is not new before this time, but cloud computing before this time was mostly not related to public cloud, accessible on reasonable price for everyone. What happens after that? Many applications move from edge side or from workstations to the cloud. And we had some kind of disbalanced solutions where most of computing processing is somewhere remotely in the cloud, in some data centers. Where exactly? Depends on specific context. This brings some good things, but also some disadvantages. Good things is that you can scale almost infinitely if it is in the cloud. But we cannot solve a lot of edge cases when we need to have security, when we need to have performance with immediate response, for example, for emergency systems and for some other reasons. Also, some specifics regarding to regulation, if you need to deal with personal data, private data, corporate data, such kind of things. Again, we are going to the specific area. After that, there was a time when kind of cloudlets were developed, where we have cloud, we have something in the middle, like cloudlet, and we have also some mobile devices or computers. So it was a kind of option to have more distributed computing. More developed version is fog computing. Fog computing probably is well known for those of you who work on the embedded part, because it is possible to have also several layers of devices also on site. And fog computing is when you have multi-levels or multi-tiers of computing nodes. It could be not relevant only to the edge or to the backend. It could be in different contexts, but it is something which comes more to the modern edge concept. Nowadays, we have quite balanced solutions between edge and backend and cloud. And intelligent edge solutions actually do something which is trade-off. Very often it is good. Sometimes we need to have deeper knowledge to control it. Intelligent distribution of the load between edge and backend, because intelligent solutions, not only Azure IoT Edge, can do this. It depends on how you can design your solution and what kind of settings you can do. So, what is important? Privacy, yes, it is with small letters here. Latency, reliability. Why reliability? Probably you for people in the room, because I know that most of these people actually have good experience with IoT and similar solutions. Reliability is related to the case where your solution should continue work. If for some reasons you have some kind of connection issues, interruption, some problems, or bandwidth is not enough, for example, reliability is something which can be actually ensured if you have edge computing here. Also, you can significantly reduce the cost for some parts, for example, related to traffic of data. There is another thing which probably never is detailed discussed. Based on some official and anonymous survey, is possible to find this result. It is possible to find these results in several public databases. You can see how much of data which is collected is really used after that. And it seems that less than 1/3 of data which is collected, telemetry data and any kind of AI IoT solutions, is really useful for analysis after that. That means most of data which you collect, you need for short timeline, for specific purposes. Sometimes this is secondary data which is needed for some cases, or to have some additional precising of what is actually calculated on the backend, but you never need it long term. Why you need to transport all this data somewhere in different location and analyze it there? Even some research share information that probably it is not 2/3, but probably even up to 80% of data. This is data which we never need really to transport somewhere. And we can have significant improvements. In general, edge computing is the concept which brings all these additional options to solve potential gaps and disadvantages related to traditional IoT solutions, and of course to decrease the cost of your IoT solutions. When we have traditional IoT solution, we have some sensors, some managed objects in general. Let's put it in this way, because it could be different devices, and we need somehow to connect data to the backend. It is a pretty high-level schema. Why not to put in different levels here computing power to be possible to solve different tasks? And for edge analysis, let's even go a little bit further. It is possible to start with pretty simple cases. For example, if you have home automation, most of your data really is never needed from the backend. For example, again, it is high level. You have some kind of board, you have some kind of computing resource, and you have, for example, sensors related to light sensors, sensors for doors, cameras. Usually you have very typical scenarios. For example, if you need to have an intelligent door where you want your face to be recognized or something like this, it is something which is related to typical computer vision. Yeah.
We're not transporting the whole video stream of the camera to the cloud to detect that this is face. We're detecting it into the camera and we're sending to the cloud, okay, I have a face of this person.
Even it is not needed to send to the cloud in most of cases anything.
The logic can be on the board here, the schematic, and it will decide to open or not.
Absolutely. I will show after that several next schema. I have several conceptual schemas, and after that we will go deep into the IoT Edge framework. Usually, if you have systems in scale, that means if you have IoT solutions where you have many sensors integrated for complexes for homes, you have no any reason to go to the cloud. If you use ready for independent use, lights or some kind of devices, this is different concept because you are just getting piece which is not considered to be connected to the local infrastructure, and there are different business cases. We are talking about solutions where we can consider that we can have this functionality in scale. And what is the most important in edge solution? Decision. Edge computing can make a decision. What I mean about decision, where to analyze data, to analyze it on the edge or to analyze it somewhere remote in the cloud. Why? Because this is exactly the main case, how to optimize our solution, how to make it more optimal for different load, how to decrease the cost, how to improve some parameters. So we need to have decision making here, not just to process data technically, but also based on what kind of data, amount of data, cases to have additional business logic. So, what exactly is IoT Edge? IoT Edge is everything which we discuss in the context of IoT. We are talking about edge computing, but in the context of IoT. I will go a little bit ahead to consider just few things. Machine learning, complex event processing, offline support, and applications are the most important. What is the modern concept of IoT Edge? Everyone has mobile phone. And when you have mobile phone, you know very good mobile applications. For mobile applications, you have applications. Here, you install new applications. Some applications now less often than in the past, but some applications can work absolutely independently local, but most of applications work with some backend, with some servers. It is the same in modern IoT Edge. You have containerized applications which you can deploy to devices, and you have options, these applications, to communicate with backend models where we have different concepts. Microsoft offer preferably to have common communication channel, to be possible to have common security, to have control, but of course you can make it for specific cases with separate channels. We can discuss such kind of solutions. When we have such kind of concept, again, for me, most important is that we have near real-time response for emergency solutions and where is needed for specific cases, deployment, which we will discuss, security, offline support, and any additional functionalities related to artificial intelligence. When we have Azure IoT Edge solution, what is the specific? Because we have many Edge solutions. Why we are talking about Azure IoT Edge? We are talking about such kind of solutions because the concept here is to have the same application, part of Azure IoT stack, also on the edge, and to have the same developer experience. That means if you have stream processing, if you have database, if you have storage, if you have function, serverless functions, you to have the same developer experience. So you need to educate one developer for such kind of solutions to understand how work one framework for the cloud, and it is 99% the same with some limitations if it is used on the edge. So one framework, two different parts of the solution. The benefit is that you can learn it easier, faster. You can work on both sides. You have no need to work with absolutely different frameworks and different services. Of course, you will have not limitations, but gaps that you need to work on a little bit. How I think it is something which is important in specific cases. There are some things which are trend, and part of these things are challenged, other are not. Low power security, low power connectivity, sorry. This is the main challenge for edge computing. Why? Because computing means power. To have two totally different KPI is difficult. It is not easy to have low power devices and to have powerful edge devices. In this direction, I cannot say that modern edge frameworks make something which is perfect. They're trying to optimize, including Microsoft. We will discuss also about other competitors, but this is probably the main disadvantage. If you have a powerful edge solution, it needs electricity. You need somehow to get this power. For analytics on the edge and increase security, we have, of course, what is needed. For security, the most important is that for encryption algorithms, in the past, the main weakness was that devices were not enough powerful to decrypt pretty stronger encryption algorithms, and that's the reason to make some compromises. Based on this, usually we try to protect first devices. Now again, we try to protect it, but now everything works a little bit easier. There are a lot of different edge analytics platforms. Microsoft Edge Analytics platform for Azure is Microsoft Azure IoT Edge because they started with IoT, but it is not purely IoT. IoT is just one of applicable areas, but name is still IoT. It is Edge Analytics platform, and you can run everything. You have use it for non-IoT scenarios also. You have quite popular solutions from AWS in the context of IoT. PTC have quite good solution many years ago when I didn't have good experience. Some of the first things which I tried to learn were from PTC, IBM, And now almost everyone is trying to do edge analytics. We have almost all main vendors here. You can use it in really very interesting areas, excluding what I explained. Healthcare and in-hospital medicine is one of the new, not new, but domain from the last 10 years. Cloud gaming, retail advertisement, and now in retail chains, we have a lot of simpler solutions. I will not spend time. We can discuss about use cases after the presentation. Now let's go a little bit more into Azure IoT Edge, and the main goal is to understand where using this platform you can get advantages and why to use it. That's the point. This presentation is through my experience. It is not marketing session, so I will share everything with good and moderate expectations which I had from this platform. We have several important things. We have edge models. Almost everything is implemented like containerized model. We have runtime. Runtime is actually something which you need to have for sure. It is based on framework from libraries plus several important models. And we have cloud interface. That means in Microsoft Azure, you can make management and monitoring, which is pretty easy. Everyone can do it. And the idea is, yes, we have edge solution, especially if we are using Azure and Azure IoT. We have the same models for edge with almost the same experience. Let's go to see what we have for models. We have lightweight version of Docker, which is used for edge models. And usually we have everything on top of main framework. Exactly as I explained, using standard Docker repository, you can download models and you can update these models in a pretty typical way for everyone who knows containerized applications. I will try to consider only several things here. What is easier, what is better in such kind of solution. If you have your solution fully implemented with Azure IoT Edge, you are able all layers of devices, even live devices, to be managed from cloud interface. We will see such kind of things. So you have no need to have additional logic, to implement additional logic to manage some devices which in general should be not visible if you have no general framework from the cloud. And this cloud interface works with IoT Hub, and there is specific model which is named Edge Hub on these devices. This Edge Hub actually is one of the models which are not mandatory, but it is part of the Edge framework. That means if you install IoT Edge to your devices, you need to have installed also module for IoT Edge Hub. If it is running or not, it depends on your use cases. When you have IoT Hub, Edge IoT Hub, it is actually version with the same developer experience like Azure IoT Hub. I think that most of you know, but I will try to clarify again. Azure IoT Hub is actually the gateway service from Microsoft for IoT devices, which supports out of the box several functionalities, which in general, if you have custom solution, you need to implement by yourself. The main advantage, if you are using Azure IoT Edge, is when you have, of course, Edge Hub with IoT Hub, because otherwise you need to put additional effort to establish communication with IoT Hub in different way. If you put these two models, actually it is already implemented. With some configuration, these models can work. HTTP is not supported for Edge Hub, but I think that even from security and productivity point of view, it is not a problem. In general, it is expected to use more modern protocols for IoT. And if we need to have also complex structure of connected devices, then we need to go to MQP. If we need just performance, MQTT. Let's go to check several things from the platform. For most of components, as I mentioned, we have also edge analogs. Stream analytics. Stream analytics, you know, it is for data streaming. It works in very similar way like open source solutions. We can deploy it on the edge, and especially stream analytics intelligently can balance load between what is processed on the edge and what is processed on the backend. Yes, let's go a little back. Storage. We have simulation of storage. We have functions. We have SQL database. We can have Azure machine learning models. Let's see now how it works. I already mentioned that RTH is based on Mobi. Do you have experience with Mobi? It is just subset of Docker, lightweight version, because you have no need of all functionalities. Containers which you can use need to be Docker compatible. So the usage of Mobi not means that you have some limitation in the context of containers, just the framework is not full framework which Docker offers. It is limited versions. And usually we have such kind of solution. We have Edge Hub, which is mandatory for connected devices with the backend. For other devices, it depends. Edge Hub is enough to work with live devices. It is not needed always to have on each device Edge Hub. Again, it depends on architecture. And Edge Agent is to make monitoring and to take care on execution of other models. So you need to have mandatory Edge Agent running. These models, Edge Hub, Edge Agent, and the whole base runtime is installed always when you have the main, not the main, the first installation of IoT framework. IoT framework can be installed on both Windows and Linux devices, but it is optimized probably a little more for Linux because 99% of modern solutions from the edge are Linux based. There are possible scenarios where you can connect devices with different protocols to Microsoft Edge platform. Do you have idea of that? You have all smart meters or something like that, some kind of protocols. Can you suggest some options how we will connect this of MQP, MQTT, and HTTPS. In general, this is the main context, and you can do it having home named Cloud Gateway. Soft IoT Hub offers even framework. You can make integrated service with this gateway service. Where translation you have different protocol, but it is done like some kind of template, because you can have any kind of case, any kind of protocol, to have no complex situation where vendor need to support out of the box some kind of connectors for different protocols which are not transparent. There is some kind of template. That means you have some kind of framework with base functionalities. You can extend it, implement it, specific logic for translation of protocols for any protocol, and you can use it.
So basically, the gateway is transparent device between the device and the cloud.
Yes, it can be done in this way. It is done to increase productivity and to have better developer experience. One interesting thing, which is actually general architectural pattern, not only for IoT Edge, and probably you know it very good, is when we have different models, these models never should communicate directly. They need to have some kind of general communication protocol approach, not protocol only. And via Edge framework, it is possible. Each of models actually call specific API where send some data and information which model need to receive this, and another model depends on the logic can receive notification or to be done in different ways. So you have actually such kind of distributed architecture on the edge, which is implemented with the help of this Edge framework. Again, it is general good practice. I cannot say that it is surprising. Probably each new framework should support such kind of approach. So you need to take care that your Edge agent runs. I will show it is possible to be done with the cloud interface. Of course, usually for each cloud-based solutions in Microsoft Azure, you have several options. You can use directly cloud interface. You can use the REST API. You can use SDK, which actually wraps SDK, and you can use Bash or PowerShell, but they again wraps API. So these are the options to work, and you can choose the most convenient for you depending on what you want. Additionally, you can install IoT Edge, of course, like lightweight framework in any kind of devices, even devices which provide how to put it, some kind of monitoring from the cloud part. I mean that this framework has server-side part regarding to monitoring, to get from IoT Hub, for example, information for messages from specific device, or to check something related to specific device. And there are some parameters you can specify with parameters if you have need of something additional for edge devices, or you consider devices which do not use such kind of framework. Here, to clarify, for edge device, we consider not just device which are edge because they have processing power, but devices having edge framework, IoT edge framework. So this is probably the most important. How Module architecture now is implemented at least in several companies where I did some projects in the context of recommendations. Usually, if you have different devices with specific restrictions and models for different regions, for example, even for data, even for your smartwatch, you can collect part of information in Europe and another part in US. These devices is not allowed usually everywhere in the world to collect exactly the same limitation information, because you have some limitations in some regions regarding So usually what is simpler when you have deployment based on modular architecture, because you have models. You can put here logic where models can understand where are they deployed and to execute additional business logic inside, but it stay complex. Complex solutions usually are less reliable. Doesn't matter how smart and intelligent engineers really implemented these solutions, because when complexity increase, doesn't matter how much knowledge we have, how much effort we put, how intelligent we are, there are more options for mistakes. And based on this, it is much easier just to have ready for deployment models for different regions. We did this for one big German automotive vendor. After the presentation, I can mention the name, where for different regions, they exactly wanted different logic for their models on their vans, because not everything can work on all markets.
Every country.
Yeah. So I already shared most of benefits. Again, here for the cost, reduced cost, we consider reduced cost also in the context of implementation, because you can do the things much easier, and your developers need to have one profile. You have no need to have different profiles for embedded and for backend. So the push here is as much as is possible. Of course, some of you will complain that it is not perfect, but as much as possible, back-end developers to make to be possible to do more on the edge part. Because yes, with devices we have different experience, we need to have different deep level knowledge. Here we often wrap on the high level some specifics. Also for protocols, if you need to do something custom, you need to learn more, but otherwise you have no need to do it. And of course, based on this, you can make with these components pretty fast such kind of solutions. Because we have not much time, I will go a little bit ahead with some use cases and also some samples. So usually when we have edge devices, using such kind of framework, we have two different types of models. Models which make something pretty custom, and they are especially developed for these functionalities. But also, if we need to extend something, for example, like here I gave one example with cognitive services, what you can do. Quite often, you can have a proxy model which is on the edge, and you can actually extend your logic on the edge also with additional functionalities on the cloud. Understand what I mean? That means, yes, you have something which works with analytics and processing on the edge. But if we want, we can make the things to extend only from the edge part logic these models to call something from the cloud, and it could be done transparently because Edge Hub and IoT, Azure IoT Hub actually can work transparently. Of course, we can discuss a little bit later about this. How is possible to deploy this? We deploy this in a pretty simple way. When we encapsulate such kind of device, we need to add additional configuration. There are already prepared such kind of things which you can use ready for samples and for some even production needs. For example, for cognitive services, you can get for free from marketplace also proxies, but you can build this for everything which is custom. That's the reason to try to explain the concept from the beginning, not to tell you just you are downloading from here something and you need to add several models. Usually container, which is a Docker container, has a YAML configuration file, and you can work in such way. These models can receive configuration from these settings, and you can control it from cloud interface. Cloud interface means just Azure Management Portal, the management portal of Microsoft Azure. And here we can deal also with favorite for some of us, digital twins. Why? You know that digital twins actually cover a lot of things. They have simplified solution, more complex implementation. For IoT devices, you know, we have for both AWS IoT Core and for Azure IoT, pretty similar implementation for simplified digital twins models, which are related to configuration. Device twins for Azure and device shadows for AWS IoT. What is interesting when we have such kind of models? We have the same concept for models. You have model twins. Each model has model twins, so you can control model update in the same way. You can enforce models. You can put target configuration or desired configuration, and models can work to achieve this configuration, to start to download and update what is needed. It could be fully dependent on the logic in the container. It could be in different way, but approach with digital twins is in this way. Frankly, I'm not sure about models for other platforms if they are doing in the same way. So I cannot say a comparison to model twins how competitors work.
Actually, they are, because you have a market and you have to be compatible with others. So they look slightly different way, but
I will show you after a few seconds. And yes, if we have, for example, machine learning model, it is slightly different. I mean that you can have machine learning model published in container, and it can work 100% on the device. Of course, you can have also some more complex logic where you have something. Yes. But you can have for such kind of cases also fully edge dependent logic. It is up to you, your solution. Yeah, absolutely. Regarding to security, here how we work with keys and provisioning is something we covered from this session. If we have time, unfortunately, I think we have not much time. I will just mention several things because When we talk about devices and how we work with secrets, device storage, everything related to provisioning mechanism. This is whole process which usually I present in separate session. Just we have many details here. I will not talk about this. When we talk about models, actually we need to have also already provision device to provision models, but for models we have pretty similar thing. We can provision models automatic, and we can have from the backend based on tags, we can have grouping, we can have kind of pooling or fleet management, I can say, for device and to manage it on big groups. And when we need to work, for example, using some scripts or command line interface, usually the difference for most of operation is that when you create device, for example, you need to add parameter that it is edge enabled when you register. For example, if you need to have some things regarding to models, again, when we need to have devices in device provisioning service, again, we need to add that edge computing is enabled. And now, for some of people in the room, because I know that they're interested in this, we can talk also about phased deployment, because we have two different options for deployment. We have layered deployment with benefits and disadvantages. What do you think about this?
Is there any standardized hardware to deploying and recommendations, or every vendor will handle it
Well,
following some steps?
This is again absolutely different area. What I mean, there is a huge list I can show you of certified device. That means for this device, for sure, everything should work. That doesn't mean that with other will not work, but if you are a vendor, you can go through a process of certification of these devices. This process is related to different steps with Microsoft, and they need to test these devices. You need to be able to your devices to support not only frameworks, different models, different scenarios. Again, for these devices, it is accepted that everything related to platform should work. For others, you cannot pretend that it is something which is bug or some missing. But again, you can have deployment even if you have models which is, again, layered. You have base models, for example, and other depends, calls and functionalities. Or you can have phased. For example, you prefer to be not dependent. That means you have heavier deployment. You have no dependencies from other models and vendors. You support the whole vertical, the whole stack for your model. You are probably more flexible for you that everything will work, but it is not optimized. Both have pluses and deltas. Layered approach in general, if we talk more abstract, is preferable, but it brings a lot of potential risk because of dependencies. You understand what we are talking. And here are some specifics about this. We will not discuss about this. Usually, yes, there is specific procedure for rollbacking of devices because
Separate buffer for the settings.
yes, yes.
The stable version, the new version.
Usually it is done in simplified way for people who implement this and work the solution using Edge framework. I mean, this is the main reason to have one framework, to simplify the work and to have better developer experience. But again, you need to know that behind the stage, you have these things and checklist. Yes, you need always to know that you need to take care on configuration, deployment details, container management with all details, which you know about Docker is actually applicable. All networking details, it is separate story. How we can communicate between different devices, how we can see live devices. I will not go into details. And yes, we can have serverless and event-based. Before to go to Q&A, I will try, if it is possible, I will check now if we need to share again screen, probably. But let's first open my solution, my Azure Management Portal. I will try to just mention several things. Probably we'll have no time for deep demos, but after this session, we'll have another interesting session. So we will be more focused for this session. Okay, yes, I'm sharing now this screen. I will try also. I will try to copy my screens. To be possible, yes, it will be needed to check again for settings. Yes, we still have the screen available. I will share it again because, yes. So let's go to Azure Management Portal. I will scale a little bit. What is interesting when we need to consider about edge computing? First, we have so-named cloud interface. We have two types of devices. Devices which can be edge in general understanding, but they have no edge framework, and you will see these devices under devices. And edge devices where you need to have separate edge device. We have many options for adding of devices, using certificates, using generated in the cloud symmetric key, just for test and development. You can initially test, of course, some functionalities. Pretty simple creating devices in the edge part. It will be the same when you create one device. Of course, not in this way, sorry. You need to have unique device ID. Again, after we have the device, we need to provide already additional functionality. Adding a device is one story. It will take probably some time. Let's check. Let's try to switch and going back. Okay, so usually when we have such kind of devices depends on what kind of methods we have. We can just get connection string, or it could be done in more complex way. If we need certificate, we need to have also private certificate on the device and public part deployed here in your IoT hub. When we have edge device, things are pretty similar, but you can have set models. Again, at this moment, I need to provision one device from the client side to establish connection to demonstrate you how model work. We need to have deep dive session related to how to have hands-on managing of these things. But I will show at least the main things. We cannot different models which can be get from images, from random repository, if of course security allows. You can see here usually models which need to run. If you have provision device, your models need to be with status that actually these models run. It is pretty similar and to what you have also with other platforms, I suppose. When we add models here, you can get from marketplace, and Azure Stream Analytics is more specific, and that's the reason to be here. From Edge model, you can have any kind of custom model. You can have additionally routing after that, and I will go back to one already created solution to see if we have here some devices. Yes, to show you. Well, you can see here one already provisioned device. I have virtual machine, like simplified, yes, very light virtual machine with IoT Edge deployed with Linux. And you see here some already established running models. When you go to specific models, you can see that we have models twin. Model twin is, as we discussed, the same like device twin and device shadow. It can run in, it can be used for configurations in a similar way. We can manage child devices. If your child devices also have Edge framework, it is possible to establish connection pretty easy. We have no time, and we have very interesting next sessions. So what I wanted to show you is, in general, what you can have as advantage if you go using platform like Azure IoT Edge in general for edge computing, because it is a platform for containerized applications, even more considered in the context of general analytics and AI cases, not only IoT. If you're interested, we can have really deep sessions with specifics, how to optimize models, how to deploy some things, but it will be at some of the next event. Thank you for attendance, and now we will continue with the next session about IoT for buildings.
In Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world. And our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time. that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome with a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any change or condition. We can now harness AI to perceive the physical world, to improve and automate tasks, to give superpowers to your frontline workers. We can now give everyone in your organization the power to build apps and workflows, to collaborate with each other in this virtual space, to share and receive expertise at the right time with the right context in front of you, to move through the physical world and get relevant information about its digital counterpart when and where you need, using mixed reality. The Microsoft Cloud brings these capabilities together with the limitless computing power of the cloud and intelligent devices at the edge, and creates this framework for building immersive and impactful digital twin, mixed reality, and metaverse solutions.
You know that the competition always catches up. What was once exceptional is now assumed. You know that success needs more than just determination. It needs empowerment, a way to lift your efforts higher. Azure IoT is that lift. Because we know you have to stay competitive without introducing risk. You're not just looking to build another solution. You're trying to make better decisions. We know you have to understand your customer, support your employees, and improve your business, all while controlling costs, managing complexity, and reinforcing security. We want companies across every industry to achieve more, no matter where they're starting from. Because we know you're not just looking for the right solution, you're looking for a better outcome.
Ало. Сега се чува така. Can you hear me now? Okay, so today our topic of talk is IoT in residential buildings. Your presenters are myself. My name is Martin. I work in Bosch Automotive as a build integrator in the DevOps team. I've had experience with smart home and IoT since 4 years ago when I started tinkering with this stuff more closely and more broadly. Urlin, how a smart home compares to vehicles and how the industry has changed, the systems that are broadly used, many of the devices that influence the industry, the firmware that also has influence on the industry and the devices, the community. Next up, why you should care about any of that. And then we're gonna wrap it up with the demo, if we can pull it off.
If something went wrong,
Yeah, if
everything's in flames, so it's live. We continue.
and it's not tested, so it's gonna be tested live. So
It's tested this morning at 5 a.m. So if it's enough for you, then it will work.
yeah, it's not certain for now.
Yeah, yeah.
But yeah, that's the IT world. Everything is done in the last minute. So starting up with vehicles. Why vehicles? Because many of you know, most of you have a vehicle, I guess, and a vehicle itself is a pretty substantial IoT network, because a vehicle, as you know, it has all the sensors for the brakes, for the wipers, for rain, for everything. It checks if your lights are okay, sends different signals. Depending on all these, it does calculations to give you warnings for certain things, be it something on the road, some issue with your car, be it light to change, oil change, lack of oil, and whatever. And all of these systems, depending on the need of the system, they are wired in a different way. So if you have a system that is critical to the operation of the vehicle, it means it's critical to the health of the person operating the vehicle. So these systems have a very high level of redundancy, and they are never in any wireless communication protocol, because these stuff need to be wired and concrete. You need to be sure that they work when they need to work. And when they don't, that the system knows that they don't work and does something appropriately. And why I'm speaking about vehicles in a lecture for smart home is because, as I said, a vehicle itself is a smart home in a way. As a smart home can have media center, media streaming services, video streaming for CCTV. The same thing is.
The new Teslas have security cameras around the vehicle, and from the mobile app, you can actually see what's going on around the vehicle. And if something went wrong, there is a megaphone. I don't know, most of you. You can talk to your phone, and the stream is went to the car, and the car is actually talking. It's really strange, but yes, it is there and it's working.
Yeah, it's basically you have a car which in itself is a security vehicle. You can watch over from your phone and talk to people around it. And going to smart home, you can see the same picture basically. with different level of complexity. You have all the sensors in a typical home of the future, let's say, or the present. You have sensors for temperature, for humidity, for fires, for floods. You can have sensors for energy consumption that can also help you don't lose your house because of fire or something like that. You can have a lot of security sensors, be it movement sensors, LiDAR detectors, cameras with artificial
Switches for
intelligence.
doors and windows, of course, because many of us know that if you let your door or window open, so the insurance went up and no insurance.
Yeah, and you might have a great door, a very secure door that's pretty thick and so on. But if you leave your window open, that doesn't matter because the person that wants to go inside your house, he can just use the other holes in your security. So having had cars for more than 30 years, and most of the time they've had different types of electrical systems, sensors, and basically they haven't changed their complexity that much. They have in recent years, but past years they've all had sensors for tires, for oil, for all the necessary things for a car to run.
And one interesting thing is that the cars are really later thing that came up in our days because we all have apartments and flats and houses and so on and so on. But the automation in the cars evolving and living a faster life than this inside the building. So basically, the past 10 years, the buildings get smarter and smarter, but the cars are already smart.
Yeah, yeah. And you can even go further to factories and other buildings like that that also have deep automations similar to the car, and they've been around for a long time, a long time. But smart home has been growing in popularity for the recent, you could say, 10 years or so. And one of the reasons for that is that the communities for all of these smartphone platforms, yeah, that you can use for the case are growing as rapidly or more. And as you can see, we've had plenty of choices for open source systems to use for smart home automation. And they all have pretty wide support for products, services, different types of connectivity methods, and so on. You can see we have first of them, the ones I've mentioned here, OpenHub. Some of you may have heard of it. It's been around since the past 12 years, and it already has almost 2,000 add-ons, which each add-on you can see as an integration for a specific device, a service, or something of that sort. And we have the same similar for other systems like domotics, which is also pretty widely used. It's integrated in a lot of routers for home use. You can pretty easily just plug them into the system if you have it already. Many people recent years have moved to Home Assistant, which is also open source. And
the most popular system nowadays.
it is, yeah.
It's really, really good product.
It's the most popular recently, yeah. And that shows by the many automations, not automations, but add-ons and integrations that it's got available. And thing is that we already said about the cars, and they've been around for more than 20 years. So why just now having all these open source systems? Well, in one opinion is that that's highly influenced by the hardware that's widely available now. And the thing is that now it's really affordable to buy a chip that can do all of the stuff that you needed to do to have it controllable from a system whatever type the system is. I'm talking about the expressive ESP8266 chip that has been introduced in 2013. Expressive is a Chinese company that manufactures chips and SoCs for system on chips. The main goal of the chip is to control some peripherals and to connect via different standards interfaces. Yeah, be it Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, Ethernet, or whatever. And you can see the wide usage of this chip, and
Basically, this chip is a game changer because you have a 200 megahertz core that can do stuff, and the same chip you have a Wi-Fi connectivity where basically nowadays are everywhere. So you can connect it wherever you want, even inside the building. And this game changer, actually, miniaturization of the technology helps many different companies across the world to use expressive product to create other marketplace where you can buy or pull and do stuff with it and create other whole brand series. And in our presentation later on, we will show you from our sponsor one kind of the series based on two of the chips of the expressive.
Yeah, you can see on the screen, just briefly mentioning them. There's robot cleaners, there's air fryers using the same chip. There is also dev boards, relays for all types of scenarios. On the left corner, you can see a Sherry device. That's a Bulgarian company manufacturing many devices using the ESP chips. And also, you can see in the middle, below the heading, that's a Son of Basic, which is one of the first products to
First commercial products.
Yeah.
To do stuff like this because one important thing is when you follow sites like Hackaday that when they present this chip, they say, "Oh, it's got new integration." So this means that every guy, even in the university, can buy things for $20 and create such a device. And if you create a hackathon, after 20 hackathons, maybe there is a chance to have a team that can create a product that can be worldwide sold. And this is what happened here.
Yeah, basically the Son of Basic is released in 2015, and after that it started widely being adopted in enthusiast smart homes and houses, and that led to certain software to be written. It's called Tasmoda. But the first name of this firmware was Sonoff MQTT-OTA, because the Sonoff device that you saw on the previous slide, when you buy this one, it's got the ESP8266 chip in it, and this chip is pretty well documented on the internet. But the bad thing when you get this device is that you get their cloud, so you're immediately dependent or on some Chinese cloud for everything that you want to do with this device, be it turn it off or on from a mobile phone, have some kind of automations, or whatever else it is.
So imagine that you're in the restroom and relaxing, and someone cutting the lights because you're not paying your bill. So this is not acceptable. That's why people created this model. If we should make some relations in the end of the day, because we're the last lecture today, the SMOTA is basically firmware for the endpoint device, but because of growing integrations inside the hardware that a lot of brands producing device with the same chip, so again, we have the same chip and separate devices. The SMOTA supporting all of these kind of devices because they're with the same chip. And from endpoint software, it's basically turned into edge device software, because when you connect a few sensors and devices, bigger models of this one or the other brand, you have logic that you can add between the devices inside the controller before actually to go outside the world,
outside the world communicate with the Home Assistant, and Home Assistant to decide to communicate with the cloud. So basically, we have 4 stages of translating information, and most of the things can be up here inside this small audio.
Yeah, well said. And speaking of that, the Shelly has been introduced a few years after the Sonoff, and they released the smallest IoT device in their category, so that made them the leader in the industry in a way. And this was a game changer as well, because you can see the Sonoff, it's about this big. So having this big of a device means that you can't
It's inside the wall.
yeah, you can't put it back behind the switch of the light, for example, or behind the wall socket. And the Shelly accomplishes this, and being the smallest device in the industry gave them a huge head start. And nowadays, other companies are trying to follow.
So what's happening actually? Martin said that we are enthusiasts because we all here are enthusiasts. That's why on Saturday we're here because we like what we do. And we find out one day that we have old socket that it's really nice socket, but it's old, and I would like to click it with my phone or make scenes with it and some automations. And then what actually they promote in their product that you can have it and put it behind the socket, and then put the socket on top, and without any changes of your home, you have a smart home, which was great. And because they're following the best software practices, because we all know that the good software is good software, they have enough functionalities to integrate it with Home Assistant, domotics, or whatever you want. In my case, the first automation that I made was with Node.js server with Node-RED, because I would like to test how awful is Node.js, and it's not awful. It works well. After a few years, they release different versions that will later on show that can measure separate things with the software getting better and better.
Yeah. And having all these devices means they all need to communicate in some way, because after all, you have many devices, but you have one centralized control hub, being your smart home automation system. And it can communicate to devices in a lot of ways. That's one of the key benefits of having a system like that, like Home Assistant or OpenHub, because they're open source, they're community driven, and this means that they have support for most of the community used standards, not only open source and free standards, but also some proprietary ones as well. You've got also, as everyone knows, Wi-Fi models, as Orin showed you just now. These devices use Wi-Fi to connect to your home network, and then via Wi-Fi, they can communicate to the Home Assistant. But also, you can use other communication methods, such as Z-Wave, Zigbee, Bluetooth, and etc. Each one depends on the device and the use case for the device. For example, if you have a home CCTV for your home security, you want to have some cameras. You want to have, for example, also a security system with person detectors, with movement sensors, and so on. You shouldn't have, no one in their right mind should have these things connected wirelessly, be it with a Wi-Fi or something else. Because me, myself, if I want to be the bad person in the picture and I want to rob your house, for example, if I want to disarm your security, so-called, which runs on wireless protocols, I can just use a device that is gonna, it's called a jammer. Yeah, I can easily jam all your signals, and this way you're gonna lose not only video, but also the sensors for the security system.
This is one of the reasons why mobile vehicles like cars don't use any wireless technology because this is really unsecure way. We all know that most of these protocols, these hardware protocols, we call these specifications, they have a way to secure it. But if I jam your traffic, I jam it. That's all. You can't do anything. Like, for example, if I'm speaking with this loudness of my voice and you all start talking in front of me, you will jam me and no one will hear what I'm saying. And if I'm saying, okay, it's fine, we can fine, no one won't because you're jamming the traffic. And this is what's happening when you're using wireless protocols.
Yeah, you can also continue talking about the other ones.
I'm not very familiar with Matter because I'm specialized mostly in industrial, so I will ask Martin to help me with Matter, and I will continue with the others.
Basically, Matter is another standard protocol that has been released in the past years. It's created by the Zigbee Alliance, and the Zigbee Alliance is a big alliance of a lot of big companies that have influence in the IoT world and the smart home world. Most notably Amazon, having Alexa, Apple having their smart home platform, Google with Google Home, Nest, which is also part of Google, and most of the brands that you can think about when thinking about consumer grade smart home products and systems, they are on this alliance and they have been working for the past 6 years, I think, on these standards to provide a way for devices to communicate with different systems in a single language, let's say. And this means that the Matter protocol can be used with Zigbee communication. It can be used also with Wi-Fi devices.
It's actually
Yeah.
data organization of how you're transmitting events, states, services, or wherever you want. So it is hardware transfer. It can go through all these hardware specifications for wireless transmitting, plus wire specifications like Ethernet.
Yeah. And the great thing about this is for developers mainly is that it uses the IP protocol and most of the IP terminology, so you can address devices by an IP address. And if you're familiar with using networks in computing, it's going to be somewhat familiar to you. And this compares to the other more professional use cases that Orin is gonna explain a bit more about.
Okay, so co-op is well known for the last few years. We all know that the HTTP exists, Hypertext Transport Protocol, and we're transferring text forward and backward, and everything is great, roses and flowers. But actually, the IP addresses in the world are moving. They're like timestamp. It's moving soon. And what we should do, we will create IPv6. After the IPv6, things are a little bit changed. Most of the networks are migrating, and now maybe more than 70% of the world are now migrating to IPv6. So the HTTP follow the same steps. And the best thing of this co-op protocol is that it can be transferred from sub-gigahertz networks like 6LoWPAN. It's a slight version of LoRa. They're using the same modulation, but through the packet they have an IP organization which is based on IPv6. And inside the IP package there is an HTTP communication. So if you're trying to open it with a browser, it won't open because it's slightly different protocol, but it's open and can be widely used for the separate vendors that are providing the devices. Philips are one of these companies that are using co-op. Their air purifiers are using this protocol. That's why when you try to communicate with air purifier, you need special integration that support IPv6. Your internal network with IPv6 supported too. If
transfer information from the device to the cloud or from the device to your mobile phone. The next protocol is KNX. The most interesting thing on KNX is that this is a protocol that have a long good life. It is mixture between old European Union protocols for building automation and also United States. As you may know, in the separate continents, you have a separate standards even for electrical wall plugs. So that's why KNX have been born. It can organize a group of devices. It can organize scenes. For example, I would like to say all the shutters close, and I send a separate package. The devices know that this package are for them, and they're saying, okay, we're closing, and the shutters are closed. And the same way, you can create a scene, and all devices in the network can receive this package and say, okay, I'm closing the blinds, dimming the lights, and turning on the projector, for example. Most of the things can be softwarely, can be seen softwarely accelerated inside the home assistant with all its scenes. Looking devices have a signal that activates the scene. But if you want to do something more professional way, because about reliability, you use KNX. One of the good things in KNX is that it is widely supported for the different vendors nowadays, and it is open standard. So you can implement it in a different way. There is a specification and Bible that's saying if you're this kind of device, you should support these addresses, these objects, and these objects have these properties. I'm talking about objects and properties. It's like CAN bus inside the automotive. So again, we have a connection between our mobile homes where we want to have separate automations for our comfort and security. And here in the building is the same problem. And the problem is the same because we have we have people that are using this object. So we're basically solving the same problems. So this is the KNX. It doesn't have any complex things. It has three separate modes where the devices can be automatically attached or manually, or system mode where you're configuring each device and the master. They can exchange messages in between. So, for example, I can make automation. If I click the switch, I can vote it scene. So I don't need a standard device to create all this stuff. Most of the solutions nowadays, when we're using Home Assistant, the Home Assistant is like a star center, and it's communicating with all the devices and creating all kinds of goodies for our living. The KNX is providing this by design. The other good protocol, which was originally owned by Schneider Electric, is called Modbus. This is one of my favorite protocols. It's basically a serial protocol that can operate with arrays of numbers. Nothing special. Nothing special. You have this kind of arrays that can hold coils. The coils are termed for a relay, or you can hold an inputs. You can also input things. You can ask for analog inputs where you can call information from, for example, temperature sensors. Of course, the data organization inside the register, they are 16-bit, right? Is your drama, and you're deciding by your own each bit for which purpose will be used. This protocol can be used in different medias like RS485, and because of that, it have a really strong checksum behind of the packet, 16-bit wide. Of course, you can put it through Wi-Fi or Ethernet, where it can be IP-based, where no longer need to say who is the receiver, because you already have IP address, which means that you're already organizing data transmission and receiving. This is a good protocol for communicating with industrial devices. It's mostly used in the machines, in a different manufacturing process. But if I must be honest, last year I had the same chance to be lecturer, I spoke about smart building that we are developing here in Veliki Tvrnovo, business center Veliki Tvrnovo. Inside the building, we have more than 81 that are transferring campus information. All sorts of things. You can't imagine what kind of things can do with this protocol. It's perfect for field bus control. Of course, you can transfer files, but it's not necessary when you're here and in a hub duplex mode. Other good protocol, which is specialized for lighting, is DALI digital protocol that have a hardware specification. So again, it is twisted here, but it's really high voltage twisted pair. When you have a high voltage in a twisted pair, you can create a greater length of the line. So this means that you don't have ability to have as many devices as the bus can physically be attached because the line is long. But this means that with the same number of devices, you can cover a greater areas. For example, if you have a warehouse, big warehouse with DALI interface, you can even control lights. And nowadays, we're talking about green energy and saving energy. You know that we're in a great energy crisis basing. So with this interface, you can switch on separate lights where the worker is doing something in the warehouse. It's not necessarily all the lights to do at home because more energy will be consumed. We won't talk anymore about the protocols. We will continue. And Martin, what's next?
Yeah, and just to mention that most of these, except DALI, I think, are supported by Home Assistant and yes, so all of them are supported by Home Assistant, OpenHub, and I think Domotics. So this means that even if you start up with Home Assistant with basic integrations using Wi-Fi and devices like that, afterwards, if you want to have a more professional installation or some part of it, you can easily integrate further stuff into your system. Or if you already have something like that built at your home or premise, you can easily integrate it into Home Assistant and afterwards build on top of it with other peripherals. But all in all, why should you bother? I mean, if you have a house or apartment, you can easily go to big supermarkets, get a bunch of smart home devices, connect them to the wall socket, download the application, and you can afterwards have like 10 applications doing the same thing at your house. So like having to control your TV, you need to open your phone and try to guess which application was for this device that controls your TV. And then you want to control your heat, for example. You want to turn on your radiators or whatever. You need to find the specific app for that afterwards. And then if you want to manage some kind of scenes between them or link them up in some way, sometimes you aren't allowed in any way to talk between different services and different clouds and apps. And
they go through internet and they say, oh, we have internet devices, we're supporting mobile applications, and so we're this big. And how big you are?
Yeah, and you have a smartphone.
For this presentation, and there's more.
And you can see that's the first page. There is a second page after that.
Yeah.
So most probably there's more in a typical smartphone.
It's IoT, but it's ridiculous.
And imagine that you have a smart bulb in some of your rooms. You go in the room, you toggle the switch, you cut the power of the smart bulb, and then you cannot turn it on by your phone just because it's got no power. You gotta turn it on from the switch first, and then open the app, find the app that you need first, open the app, turn on the switch, and have some light in the room. But that's like one of the cases. It's worse if you have no internet connection at home. For example, I'm at home, I have a smart bulb. I also bought the same brand button, for example, so I can have a button for my smart bulb and I can press the button to toggle it on and off. But imagine I have no internet.
Tagging is nothing.
When I click the button, basically what happens is I send a request to the cloud of the provider of the device. Then it does some automation stuff that I've configured on their cloud and application. It then tries to send a request to the device, to the smart bulb, and telling it to turn off. But imagine we have no internet connection. This goes nowhere. So neither the cloud knows that I want to turn on my lights, and the light doesn't get any signals because it has no way to communicate. And this is critical for most cases in the smart home because having reliability to the internet can be frustrating, and also it can lead to other issues. For example, like cases where companies all of a sudden decide that they want to charge you for using their devices that you already bought. Like that, you can all of a sudden have to pay $5 a month to use a light.
So you're quitting $5, and you're quitting other lights, and another $5, and you're quitting all the lights because you're nervous, and then another more than $5. Where's this? It's not acceptable.
And those are just a few of the reasons why you should care and why you should want a locally managed smart home or
Local service provider for home automation and video.
basically you should always have the hub that hosts the automations and the stuff that you want to be working. You should want to have it locally, on premise, and unreliable of other stuff. And that's why we have these systems. And the demo, of course, that we have prepared is over there. It's all local. It has no internet connection, unfortunately.
We can't get gateway, so our system don't have internet connection, and you won't be able to see the screen. Or maybe you can. So we can switch this HDMI cable to this laptop, and you'll see our screen. Unfortunately,
not the screen.
Our friends that are watching online will see only Martin's laptop, but we can use this beautiful camera to see what's going on inside the room and what's going on with our automation.
Yeah.
I'm not responsible that they don't pay their bills and they don't get internet.
You could complain on the reception downstairs, I guess.
Yeah. So we can't move everything because it's powered on. So we will try to be. I feel. Yeah, please be careful. Even if you're on the stream or not, don't step on cables that are under current or that they're powered on because it can go under your feet.
Yeah, just to mention. This over here is Raspberry Pi. It's a Model 3 Plus. It's currently running Home Assistant in a Docker container, and as well as some other services, including MQTT or messaging between devices. So you can basically have devices communicating with your smart home via HTTP or other types of communication over the local network.
MQTT in this case is have one beauty that can asynchronously transmit messages between the devices that want to exchange information now. HTTP is great protocol, but it's slow and it's like TCP. You're sending thing and you're waiting for a response. And if you don't receive anything, then it won't work properly, and all sorts of not good things will come up. So, Martin, where we should start? What is this thing?
So what you see on the screen right now is the dashboard that I've built this morning.
Yes, he did it for you, friends.
So here you can see all of these devices on the ground are mapped as switches. We have a few lights over there. We have a bunch of sensors. So the idea was to have some automations, but we haven't written them yet. So we're gonna explain how it should work, and you can try to imagine it's working.
And take $5 and
So imagine that this lives in your bathroom. So you're
like this
having,
morning.
yeah. So you're having a shower, and you can see 26 degrees is written over here. So this sensor is communicating currently via Bluetooth to where is the Raspberry? To the Raspberry over there, which also has Bluetooth connectivity, and it's communicating over Bluetooth low energy to the home assistant. It decodes the signals and maps them beautifully over here, and we get the humidity and the temperature. And imagine this is your bath. We should see pretty quickly the humidity rising up.
BLE protocol is known that it's not constantly floating with messages. It's transmitting when changes came up inside the sensor. So that's why it's changing not so fast.
So
Because the
currently,
sensor is not so fast.
this device has been flashed with a custom firmware thing around, and we've configured it to update the screen every 2.5 seconds and 4 times this time, meaning about 2 times every second. It transmits data over Bluetooth low energy, and this data then has to be picked up from someone. And
the someone is the Raspberry Pi because it's subscribed to the service that the BLE device is broadcasting around.
yeah, and an example automation that we wanted to show you today is having this sensor and that much of humidity. So 92% humidity should be pretty high. This
You know which switches for the fan.
no, I have
So
a
you can
master
switch all of them. All of
so
them.
prepare for light show. Three,
Yeah.
2, 1, and after your sensor detects high humidity, your bathroom fan should turn on. That has no effect. So now, for example, your bathroom fan is blowing to the sensor, and it should clear up a little bit of the humidity in a little bit of time.
But we have homework.
Yeah, and I'm hoping some light.
Yeah, it's no lights. We live in darkness.
Things are good.
No, we are. Yeah. So it's going down slowly.
Pretty rapidly, yeah. But that's from the update rate is pretty slow, as you already said, with Bluetooth. But the thing is that with such things such as humidity, you can't usually get rid of humidity that fast anyways, so you don't need that much of a speed for transfer. And in such cases, this is ideal. So you can have this sensor anywhere you want at your home. What else we can show you? We can
Everything.
also.
I will show everything. Turn on the light, please. Of course. You're traditional. You're living with traditional persons around you, like myself. I'm living with my grandma, and I'm doing all from my cell phone. And she's saying, "Oh, you're talking again with this girl." I said, "Grandma, no girl here. I'm with my cell phone, but you're speaking with some woman. Who is she?" And this is my Google Assistant. Yeah, and actually we're three of us, our AI, my grandma, and me. And because she don't understand really what's going on inside my home, that's why. Oh, that's why. That's why. That's why I left a lot of switches for her, that she can switch on and off everything manually. But at the same time, using MQTT and HTTP, I can monitor what's going on. And if I detect that she left the room after she watched her evening show, and she didn't turn off the lights when the TV switched off for a certain amount of time, and it's nighttime. We're turning off the lights, and this is how we manage to deal with the energy saving our life.
Basically, the idea of a smart home is not to make your life harder, because, for example, having a light bulb and having to try to use it from your smartphone and not turning off the switch in order for it to have some kind of power, that's not easy life, that's hard life. But having a light like
Because
that,
all night long we're struggling for today to make you this fan to turn, and you're saying we're not doing our homework. We did our homework.
yeah. So you have a switch over there you can push instead of just relying on some kind of a software connection.
So of course there's all sorts of devices. We also have all sorts of problems that we like to solve. One of the things is gaming. So imagine you have a nice dinner with someone you want to make a small sexy, and you need the lights because you can. You have the power to do it because nowadays devices can use to do this. And you have a light strip that can allow you to create a colored room, which is better for you should turn off this.
Right up.
Yeah. So now the room should all lighten red. And of course, because most of the time with Martin, we live um, alone. This means someone should do the dishes, someone should do the close down of the whole house and manage to clean the clothes. And what we did with Martin, because we want to have an easy life. We load up our washing machine, and we're waiting because we don't want to use the energy because it's obviously expensive in the night shift. And when the night shift energy came in, we said to our automation to turn on and activate the washing machine. After everything's finished, because we're getting into bed really late, we have push notifications via our LED strips into the roof, and we see basically that something is going on. And because we know what color, each color, what does it mean, we have a color palette, we know that this color means that you should go and take your clothes out and do it outside.
You can also go further if you wanna be a real. If you wanna count the coins, let's say, you can also get a notification telling you how much this laundry has costed you, because you can also track power consumption, and this way you know the first of all from the power consumption there is no power usage. Then the laundry has been already done. And also, you know how much in total it has consumed, so you can just do a simple calculation and calculate the total price for the electricity. And these are pretty widely adaptable things that if, for example, you have roommates and you want to charge them for the laundry that they're doing, you can put some kind of a flat fee on top of their usage, then you can charge them with some kind of
by measuring physical changes in the world, for example, the current that certain devices do from the network, you can create really smart formulas that can calculate what is the cost of your life. And if someone tells you that, oh, it's too expensive, I can't afford it now, probably ignore that. And you can do all sorts of things, like, for example, if you let me, we're measuring the energy that is stored inside the ground under the building and know how much electricity we will spend because this energy we already have it under the ground. So the amount of energy that we'll use additionally to pull it out is basically for the pumps, but not for the chillers. Because the chillers are devices that consume around 200 kilowatts of two-phase energy. This is a lot of energy. And when you combine all these things and measurements, you can create a really good plan for your uh, money and how you can save it and use it for other smart things because you already did smart action.
Yeah, and I can also add up that having all these smart devices around us, smartphone, smartwatch, whatever, you can easily integrate them using be it your Wi-Fi router, and depending on if you're connected to the Wi-Fi, then the home knows you're at home, and depending on that, it can do certain stuff. And when you're not at home, for example, it can remember for you to turn off the heating, lock the door, send you a notification if you've forgotten to turn off the stove, for example, activate security, yeah, and a bunch of things that you shouldn't really think about, and that should be the part that the automation system you built does for you, and that's what makes a home smart. Not just the devices that you have inside of it, but the automations and the way they communicate with each other, and the way that they make your life easier.
Of course, there's a dark side. I was at balance. Should I tell you? But I think you should know because you know. Mm, in our groups, I found a person, a man, who installed the home assistant application to his daughter's cell phone. He knows if she's on the school or not. And if something goes wrong, the home assistant knows the path between the school and the home. And if deviations occur, notifications appear on his screen, and he's deciding how much time to give before giving a call to see if everything is fine, which is good and bad. So you have to decide for for your lives what will going on in the future. We all know that these small devices are more powerful than our first computers in our life. Of course, there's another bad things. If you're let's say you're lazy on your automation. This is an open source project. If something goes wrong, everything went wrong. So our friends from Alterco made something really interesting. They enabled in their new devices a JavaScript runtime engine that allows you these automations to be transferred into the devices. So if something went wrong to the central node that is responsible for all the automations, the automation processes are still there, even if the central node is down and not operational. So I believe that this is more than enough for today. It's 50, so maybe we should end up to fire up everything and let's go home. So
Yeah.
we would
So
like to thank you.
first of all, if you have any questions, please feel free to now.
Yeah, feel free to change the cable.
First of all,
Yeah. What is a good guy?
sometimes.
We have a message for you.
It goes up.
Yeah,
Oh,
it will.
it's gonna go
Yeah,
to them.
it will. Let me go.
Yeah. Pretty. So if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them out, and we're gonna try to answer them. Yeah. Don't be shy.
No, be shy. I want to go home.
No questions. That means that we've done our job perfectly. Yeah, that's the other way.
Thank you for your time and
Thank you
see
very
later
much.
on the party.
Hope you enjoyed it.
At 8th of October,
Organized.
there's a Saturday Sofia and JS talks on November 11th and 12th.
and to our sponsors that are doing this. Thank you. Microsoft, Bosch, Coca-Cola, Coupang, Stripe, and until.
And to you, thank you for coming. Way. It could be this way. So thanks again to all speakers for awesome presentations. Thanks to all partners and thanks to you for coming, and we will have more IoT events. We have one non-published AI event, which will be at the end of October. I will provide you additional information and hope that it will be interesting for you. So thank you again, and we will meet probably next month again. Thanks.
With a dependable partner. And we can help with that. Lift your ideas higher with Azure IoT.
Bosch IO in Bulgaria is powered by more than 20 years of experience in the area of Internet of Things. We turn great business ideas into excellent products. Our digital solutions serve thousands of businesses and millions of customers across the globe. Over 5 million smart homes are connected by solutions built entirely in Bulgaria, improving quality of life, bringing safety, security, and comfort to families around the world. Over 10 million vehicles receive regular software updates through our products, increasing safety on the road and delighting drivers with new features. Our teams in Bulgaria lead open source communities, which brings customers, partners, and competitors on the same table. We shape the future of software-defined vehicles based on one open platform. We make buildings smarter by connecting sensors, inspecting anomalies, optimizing usage, and preventing incidents. We deliver real-time manufacturing solutions for hundreds of factories, reducing breaks in the supply chain, optimizing logistics, and increasing production efficiency. Our mission in Bulgaria is to innovate and bring new ideas to the world, and our technology is invented for life.
The Internet of Things gives businesses unprecedented insights into their assets. As connected solutions continue to evolve, companies are looking to create comprehensive digital models of their entire environments to gain insights that drive better products, optimization of operations, cost reduction, and breakthrough customer experiences. Examples include buildings, factories, farms, energy networks, railways, stadiums, even entire cities. Yet modeling and creating a digital representation of an environment can be difficult for even the most sophisticated enterprises. Azure Digital Twins makes this easy. It enables customers to model an environment and then bring this digital twin to life, scalable and secure. Businesses can connect assets such as IoT devices, as well as existing business systems to Azure Digital Twins. Azure Digital Twins helps break down silos that previously stood in the way of insights and provides a robust platform to build dynamic business logic on. Azure Digital Twins seamlessly integrates with Azure Data, Analytics, and AI services to make it easy to track the past and then predict the future, giving businesses the edge they need to meet the challenges they face today and tomorrow. Azure. Invent with purpose.
Wherever we do business, Coca-Cola's future growth strategies rely on information technology. Coca-Cola IT is transforming our approach to information technology, setting the stage for digital leadership that delivers beverages for life to consumers around the world. Every employee and every partner of Coca-Cola is experiencing the difference. A big shift is happening toward powerful standardized platforms, integrated and simplified, so information flows smoothly and business operations don't miss a beat. We're migrating our systems from data centers to the cloud, leveraging the innovation investment of big technology companies. Simplification and automation will allow technology upgrades to occur with less disruption and make new features available more quickly. Also, we are investing in our analytical tools and capabilities, which enable insights that lead to high-impact actions all across the system. Artificial intelligence and machine learning will make these tools even more potent over time. Security is paramount, of course. By simplifying the entire IT infrastructure and employing smart new tools, we can better detect and deal with threats, which protects information as well as privacy. All digital capabilities are becoming mobile, which users prefer because it simplifies access and collaboration. Voice technology will soon be standard as well.
Freestyle. No problem.
Tools and solutions are increasingly intuitive, and work processes are simplified through automated workflows and Find Me, Know Me intelligence. Plus, users can count on a single source of truth for all types of information. These are crucial advances for our people at Coca-Cola. Consumers will experience our products and brands with fresh intensity through digital engagement. The immediacy, enjoyment, and value are unprecedented, personalized and customized like never before. Digital capabilities vastly expand our consumer connections and touchpoints. It's the interaction of digital and physical worlds that create great experiences with our brands. Our system and partners also feel the benefits as we strengthen and streamline connections with bottlers, customers, agencies, and key vendors. As our digital capabilities set the pace for consumer and customer intimacy, Coca-Cola's competitive advantage grows. It's all part of becoming the best, truly global consumer insights company in the digital world. Coca-Cola IT is in constant motion to sustain and increase Coca-Cola's digital leadership. That's how we'll keep growing the business, building preference with consumers, adding value for customers, and being a desirable workplace that elevates peak performance.
Imagine our world today. People, vehicles, businesses, buildings, hospitals, factories, entire cities, and the billions of devices that connect us to this world and to each other. This is the physical world. But what if we can replicate that physical world into its digital twin? A digital twin that is bound to the physical world in real time, that we can experience in mixed reality, that we can collaborate with, that we can run simulations on and find what is important to us, that we can apply AI to learn, predict, and act, to save time and money, to reduce carbon, to preserve natural resources, to improve safety, to bring us all closer. This is already happening today. Across the world, organizations are taking advantage of this new wave of innovation that trends to an interconnectedness that enables the metaverse. Everything modeled in the metaverse mirrors the status of its physical twin, including the interactions and relations between everything else. By applying the power of the cloud, we eliminate boundaries of what this can do. The potential is limitless. We can now track and analyze data from connected environments to identify patterns, trends, and anomalies. We can now simulate any possibility, evaluate outcomes, determine the impact of any